Welcome back to more Streamer Has Opinions on characters that you may agree with, or you may disagree with, or you may think that Streamer, everybody agrees with that. Your opinion is not even remotely hot, spicy, or anything like that. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. So where are we leaving off? 3%. Now, that seems bad, but remember, I forgot. I don't have any wings today, but that's fine because I realized I had fun doing that, and I got to eat, so that was that. But I realize now that the real content of this is from the viewers, not the streamer. So we gotta get through streamers' hot takes on characters, so we can open up the cesspit that is viewers' opinions on Touhou content. And I know you're excited for that, so I gotta be ready for that one, boys. But let's begin. So the way we've been doing it, because it's been a while, because Whispered Oracle happened, a couple things happened to kind of interrupt this, but we're back. So the way we're doing this is we're just doing. We're pairing up character hot takes and then voting. We don't need to do that this time because I'm not eating anything. And like I said, we gotta move along so we can get to the real juicy hot takes. Ooh, the real juicy stuff. All right, so let's begin. Koakuma and Kosuzu. Okay, Koakuma. What is my hot take of Koakuma? Well, I guess it's not really surprising for me to say this, but Koakuma, I like Koakuma. I enjoy Koakuma. Any art that turns Koakuma into a full-fledged succubus just kind of sucks. Well, I mean, you know. Hee hee ha ha. So, but I don't really consider her a succubus, and to be honest with you, whenever she shows up in that kind of role, I already have an issue with characters who are supposed to be sexy, because I find that characters designed to be sexy have nothing else going for them aside from that they're sexy. So as soon as they're not sexy, they don't have a character. Koakuma literally doesn't have a character, so when she is portrayed like that, there's just nothing there. I don't think latex is very attractive. That's all. It's always the black latex and the goddamn crest and the stupid expression with the big long tongue. You know, it's just so stereotypical. You have no originality. So Koakuma is at her best when she is a gremlin. Like when she is mischievous, you know, when she's a little punk. Not when she's trying to suck clean. Okay? Alright. So there you go. There's my opinion of Quack. She's better when she's a duck. Alright. Alright. And Kosuzu. So this... okay. This was one I actually thought about. This isn't really directly related to Kosuzu. But... my opinion of Kosuzu is that she has some of the worst parents in fiction I think I've ever seen. They are terrible, terrible parents. What the fuck is wrong with her family? Have you seen the kind of shit that happens to Kosuzu over the series? Hey, okay, there's a typhoon going on outside. Oh, but Reimu's book's overdue. I gotta go out and get it. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. I'm going out to get Reimu's book. Okay. See you later. And then Kosuzu goes fucking missing. And they don't care. They don't care. What were they doing? They're constant dangerous strangers, like coming in and viewing her wares, and they don't care. She got fucking grabbed by a ghoulie, and for the fortune teller, like, you know, grabbed her, ran away, and they didn't care. They didn't fucking care at all. She sleeps in the attic? Wait a minute. She sleeps in the attic. The only thing up there is her fucking futon and her slug. That's it. She doesn't even have a bedroom. She just sleeps in the ceiling. Where do her parents sleep? Do they have a bedroom? I don't see them up there in the attic. What the fuck is going on with her parents? So yes. Suzanon is a bookstore run by the Mutoris, and Kosuzu helps out at the shop. She's not the owner of the business, she's the daughter of the owner of the business. She's the main character, so she's the only one we see. But what the fuck are her parents doing at any point in time during the story whenever bad things happen to this character? She gets possessed by a yokai, and Rain was like, I don't know, I might have to kill you. What, do they even know? I bet they don't. They don't care at all. Terrible. You ever see Hey Arnold? Huh? And Helga's parents? Oh man, those are bad parents. Kind of rough for a children's show. But yeah, Kosuzu's parents are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. They might not even be real. I don't think I've ever even seen them. They might not even be real. What if she just says her parents are still around, but in actuality they're ghosts, or if she's schizo? You know, well, it's because I don't think I've ever seen her parents, so I wonder about that. One chapter. Did he say anything, or is he just there? Was it a generic man who we decided is her father? Where was he for everywhere else? Huh? Where was he everywhere else? Where was he when his daughter got fucking taken away by a typhoon? Probably just sitting down on a stupid fucking idiot chair, holding his Father of the Year mug and his #1 dad hat that he definitely didn't get from Kosuzu. He just bought them himself. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. New opinions. New opinions. Chen. What's your opinion of Chen, streamer? Do I have an opinion of Chen? Chen's pretty great. You know what's funny about Chen's popularity is it's not nearly as high as you think it is, given the notoriety of the Chen meme. You know, the honk. The honk meme. You think that would warrant more towards the popularity, but it really doesn't. It's actually kind of impressive if it doesn't. I guess my opinion of Chen. I got nothing. No, you know what? Chen's cheating detective Satori outfit. I don't think it's bad, per se, but I don't know why the artist did that. That was a weird decision. It's not as good. It feels kind of weird to put her in a tabard like the other two. It does feel kind of weird. Also, her hairstyle completely changed. I think I said this before, but I really feel like the guy who was doing the art for early CDS didn't know what Touhou was at all. Bro, it feels like he didn't know or care about what Touhou was, because he made really simple mistakes with like character portrayal. It's very weird. I don't know why that was. And as you probably noticed, Chen's CDS outfit disappeared after that artist. When Chen made reappearances and other things, that changed. Like when she appears in 19, she's back in a normal outfit. She is back in a normal outfit. So, it's a weird one. I guess it's not really a hot take to say the outfit was a strange choice. I don't necessarily think it was bad, but I just don't really get how that was Chen. It was weird that was Chen. It kind of made sense in the idea that we haven't seen her in a while, so maybe she's grown up, but she really didn't. And then again, like after that, all of her appearances that she got was put her back in her usual PCB outfit. So it's like, why was she even dressed like that to begin with? And it goes back to what I said earlier, where the guy who's doing the art for early CDS just seems like he just did whatever the fuck he wanted, or just had no idea what Touhou was. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know if he has any dojins. The other content, like manga guys and girls, I guess. The other manga artists for the different mangas, like have done Touhou doujins before. Akieda, Azuma. I don't know about Moe Harakawa, but Akimaki did like 2. Hirasa Makoto, like they've done doujin work, which is funny when you see their doujin work because it's their art style and it's like, oh my god, is that official? No, it's just the guy who drew official work. But that dude was just like, I don't know. Did he do anything Touhou before CDS? I just wonder. There's so many changes and differences in their particular work. I remember when they first revealed it, because this is around Lotus Eaters, right? They teased Lotus Eaters. You could see Mioi up front, and you saw the artist for that one, and you're like, wow, this is great. And then they showed CDS, and it was like a different universe. Like, you looked at Reimu on the cover, and you were like, this is interesting. This is different. And any other nice way you could describe your feeling of unease at the complete, like, style change from all the other ones. It's like when the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl released. And me personally, when I saw that, I got kind of excited because I was like, oh shit, Gen 4 remakes. And as soon as I saw it, and I saw the little fucking plastic-looking main character walk out, immediately I was like, no. And it was interesting to me because I knew right then and there that I wanted nothing to do with that game. But there were parts of me that were like, oh, I'm sure it'll be a fine remake. I'm sure, like, it's actually pretty good and so on and so forth. But just that immediate first reaction was just so instantly like, no, that's not good. You don't like that. I don't like that. That no matter how much convincing I tried to do for myself, I knew deep down it was all cope and that I didn't like it. I did not like it. I did not. And I could not. There was there's not enough cope in the world to get me to want to try it. Man, feelings like that can be kind of shitty sometimes, though. But I am of the belief that if your first impression is always the strongest, and sometimes if the first impression immediately turns you off, I feel like the odds of you actually getting into whatever it is you're looking at are very slim, so it's not even worth the hassle. That's not always true for everybody, of course. But man, if I don't have time to process a reaction, and my reaction is that of, like, ew, then how am I supposed to explain that one, right? That was my instinctive reaction, was repulsed from something, seeing it. I had no time to think or process the information. I just instinctively backed away because I did not like it. And at that point, it's like, well, okay. So now I can spend the rest of my time trying to convince myself that I actually don't think it's bad, or I can just never engage with it. That happens. Alright. Anyway, moving on from old Chenny there, we got PC98 Marisa. So what could you possibly say about PC98 Marisa? PC98 Marisa, well, not necessarily personality-wise, she's very confusing because she feels like she's a different character aesthetically in every single game she appears in. First, she's a redhead. Then she's Marisa. Then she's an emo. Then she's like an emo Marisa. But like, it's weird. It's like Zun didn't know what Marisa was supposed to be. I don't even know what Marisa is supposed to be. What the fuck is Marisa? Why does she know Mima? How does she know Mima? How could she possibly have known Mima but not know Reimu, right? Mima knew Reimu, but Marisa didn't? How did they meet? What? That doesn't even make any sense. Oh, poor old Marisa. So here's my not so hot take for Marisa. I'm really glad the Touhou 2 design did not stick around. Oh my god. Okay? Now, in a vacuum, when I see it, I can go, ha, okay, that's the OG Marisa. Hee hee. But if that was the basis of Marisa's design, oh my god. She looks like fucking like a straw, not a straw doll, but she looks like one of those fucking like cotton dolls with the string hair. She just looks really dumb. But there's an endearing level of dumb to her that I can see nowadays because I know her design wasn't that permanently. But man, she almost looks like the fucking Wendy's mascot. She almost looks like the Wendy's mascot in Touhou too. I don't mind the purple. The purple's not really bad, but yeah, the short redhead version of Marisa. That was a good choice to get rid of that. But honestly, it was a good choice to get rid of a lot of things that came from Story of Eastern Wonderland because that game is ass. No one who's played that game and who has played other games for the gameplay would ever be able to tell you that Story of Eastern Wonderland is a good game. Okay? People can say they like it because they have nostalgia for it. People can say they like it because they like some of the characters from it. But if you actively play Touhou games, there is no fucking way that you think that Story of Eastern Wonderland is a good game. There's just no way. There's literally no way. That game is a tragedy. An absolute monstrosity of game design. Terrible game. Fuck that game. I hate that game. Every time I play that game, it makes me want to not play Touhou. I'm not even kidding about that. When I did my no move video, I started with Story of Eastern Wonderland, and I played it for about 15 minutes, and I got so annoyed. I wasn't even playing the game. I was doing a challenge where I took my hand off of the fucking keyboard to move. I only pressed shoot and bomb, and the game pissed me off so bad, I almost scrapped the entire video idea, because I did not want to play it anymore. Could you imagine? That video went on to do pretty fucking well, actually. But I almost scrapped it right away at Touhou 2 because I hate playing Touhou 2. It's a bad game. Well, there you go. There's my opinions. Next one. Rikako Asakura and Nemuno Sakata. Rikako. Well, actually, Rikako's kind of easy. Rikako's omake is kind of makes the character more boring than she otherwise would be. That's my opinion to that. Rikako's story is that she's into science. She doesn't really like magic, so she, but in the world of PC98 Gensokyo, science is seen with the level of blasphemy that the outside world views magic. So she's kind of like she's eccentric in that regard. But she has a jetpack that she made, and her story is that she's really interested in science and she doesn't like magic. The part that ruins it is that Rikako is actually very proficient at magic. She's actually really good at magic, but she just doesn't like to use it. I think that's bad writing, personally. I like the idea that she doesn't like magic and she focuses on science because magic is lame or because she was never good at it, but the idea that she doesn't like it and actively refuses to use it, but she's actually so fucking naturally talented at it, is just annoying. That's really annoying. That's the kind of character trope that just makes you annoyed at characters. You don't want to see her succeed because her reason for being angry doesn't even make any fucking sense. It's like, okay, Detroit Become Human? Have you ever seen that masterclass of story writing? That one's great. Because one of the character stories you play as, I don't remember his name, but he starts an android revolution. Because androids deserve to be treated better. And this is funded by, you can tell the story in a perspective that makes it seem like, I think his name is Marcus, that makes it seem like he was poorly treated. He wasn't. Marcus wasn't poorly treated at all. Marcus was one of the most well-treated androids in the entire series. He belonged to a very rich artist who tried to help him discover his own sense of identity and sense of self. Tried to protect him from becoming, getting in trouble. And what does Marcus do? He gains the ability to create an extremely violent riot and protest for android rights. But it's like, motherfucker, you were like a chihuahua in a bag. And why are you acting like a brooding, punished member of like you meet up with these people who are like broken, destroyed, and you were a chihuahua in a bag. I don't have sympathy for your cause because the circumstances of your life just feel like what you're doing doesn't even match up. And that's not necessarily the same as Rikako, but I don't really like how, despite her not liking using magic at all, she's actually really good at it. Because that doesn't make any sense. Because that would imply that she's used magic a lot of her life, right? What's the reason for that? How could she be so good at magic if she didn't use it for so long? Why would she develop such a distaste for it? The long and short is just that actually she's just talented at magic because she's talented at magic, which makes for her boring character. So I think Rikako is cool design-wise, and I like the idea of her being interested in the sciences more than magic. But I just don't like the idea that she is naturally talented at magic because she's naturally talented at magic. I feel like it cheapens the feeling of the character's dislike of magic, because like it just feels kind of petty and a little spoiled that you would feel that way. Well, there you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't finish Become Human, but the more I thought about it, the more the story beats made no fucking sense and were honestly kind of terrible. But I did watch a good amount of it. Anyway, Nemuno Sakata. What is my hot take of Nemuno Sakata? It's hard to have a hot take on a character you don't care about, because you know you can not have a hot take on a character you think good things about, but it's hard to have a hot take on a character you think literally nothing about. Is there anything about this character that I consider a hot take? No, not really. I don't know. I don't know. I got nothing. What kind of hot take could you have with this character? Okay, here's my hot take. It's not even a hot take. Why the fuck is she the type she is in the puppet games? That's the part that confuses me. Why did they decide she was like a water earth type? What does that even mean? What is huh? Why? I don't even get that. I don't even get that at all. That makes no fucking sense to me. Well, shouldn't she be a steel type? What do you mean water earth? That's fucking dumb. She's got a big knife. Momiji has a sword and she's a steel type. What kind of is, Anyway, she's ugly and her accent is annoying, and her character doesn't really do anything. She dresses like a grandma. She looks like a grandma. She is a grandma. There's nothing really to say there. There's really nothing else to say there. What more could I possibly say? Oh my. Oh my. Hatate Himikaido. Alright. My opinion of Hatate Himikaido. I hate the way she speaks. She speaks like a pretty stereotypical gal. She does. However, I do like Hatate for the sole purpose of that she's very good at getting a reaction out of Aya. Is that a hot take? No. The hot take for Hatate's character, for me, is that the people who claim they're Hatate fans and then want Hatate to basically just take the role of Aya are the fakest fans of any character I've ever seen. 100%. 100%. Some of the fakest fans you will ever see. If they look at Hatate, her character, her motivations, and they go, I want her to do the things Aya does. She can't do that. And if she did do that, she wouldn't be Hatate anymore. At that point, you don't even like Hatate, you just don't like Aya. But you funneled your negative juju into another character, and so half of her fan base is created just by people who don't like the other Tengu, which is really sad. So the amount of people who actually just like Hatate for who she is lower than it should be. I think that's a shame. She is a completely pointless character, that's for sure. Her appearance at the end of the fucking game is weird. She should have been a character selectable out the gate, not at the end of it. But yes, I do feel that a majority of the fans that Hatate has gains just come from people not liking Aya. And you can tell that when people say that Hatate should go do all the things that Aya does, kind of gives it away that they just don't like Aya. That you could replace Hatate with literally any other Tengu and they wouldn't, it doesn't matter because they don't care about Hatate herself. They just care that somebody that isn't named Aya Shamemaru is doing it. So there you go. That's my opinion of Hatate. And that one is just 100% unequivocally based and true and all fact-pilled. You can't refute that one. Anyway. Zanmu. Zanmu Nippaku. Boring, I guess. I actually, you know what? I think this character is a very glaring example of how much impact the fans of the series have for whether or not a character is actually interesting. Obviously this is like one of the newest characters in the entire series, mind you. But there are some characters that I feel that without fan intervention, they're not interesting. And there's probably a lot more characters there than you'd probably be willing to admit. But Zanmu's omake, Zanmu's writing, everything about Zanmu is just kind of shows that some characters, the real thing I should say is that Zun is not good at making interesting endgame characters. That's kind of the problem. Maybe that wasn't so much. That doesn't mean this is the case since fucking 1997, mind you. But I do think that a lot of the endgame characters that Zun writes are very samey in the sense that they don't really have flaws. They're meant to be the climax point. So, yeah. Obviously, Zanmu's a little different, and if you go... But Streamer, Hisami's there, and it messes everything up. Wow, great. Okay. But a lot of the other stage, like, end-stage serious characters have endearing character traits that are heavily exaggerated by the fandom to the point where some of them are just obnoxious. See Junko. But what is Junko without those obnoxious, over-exaggerated fandom portrayals, right? What is Junko without that? Is Junko interesting? Is Junko interesting at all? Does Junko have anything going for her, if not from what shit the fandom has completely over exaggerated, right? Right? But Zanmu is just, her omake is boring. I'm just expected to believe this character is super cool and everybody loves her. This character is just not interesting, really. But, like, it feels like Zun kind of wanted her to be interesting, but I don't think she's very interesting. And it kind of just shows when you look at other endgame characters, there's a number of characters that Zun has not been able to make very interesting. I don't think her design is very good either, but that's a me problem. I just kind of consider her a Lunarian in Oni's clothing. She kind of reminds me of the lunar capital fuckers more than anything. But yeah, just this character kind of made me realize how many characters in this series I find more enjoyment out of due to exaggeration from fanworks more than their actual character. But that's not to say that Zun can't write characters at all. There's a number of characters that are less consequential to the overall plot of the series that Zun does a number of things for to make them interesting. Misty is a great example of that. Mystia is a great example of that, where Mystia gained a bunch of random aspects to her character development for no real reason, and that made her a fleshed out, interesting character to get played with. But you know, maybe things will be different in Touhou 20. Like, I don't think Keiki is super interesting, personally. I really don't think Zanmu is. Is Shimada interesting? No. Not really, but she has a funny pose. She has a funny pose. Is Megumu interesting? No. Is Misamaru interesting? No, a lot of the characters in 18 are very interesting. But they also don't have a lot of aspects to play up for fanworks. And you know, if you look at the there's like 3 characters from... There's like 3 characters, 2 characters from... No, it's 3. Yeah, there's 3 characters from Touhou 18 in the bottom 10 of Windows popularity. Takane is a weird one there. I don't get that one personally, but yeah. That's all. Some characters are more interesting than others. Some of them require a large amounts of fandom injection to make them more interesting, and some of them are just kind of doomed to be nothing. And it's funny to me how it kind of ranges from stage 1 boss to stage 6 boss, because sometimes a stage 1 boss has nothing and they aren't popular, and then sometimes a stage 6 boss has nothing and then they aren't very popular. But because they show up more, you're forced to deal with them more. They do get a little more in terms of canon stuff, but yeah, some of them just aren't very interesting. And Zanmu, in my opinion, is one of the most uninteresting characters that Zun has ever made. And I don't think I think the whole idea that her endearing character trait is a different character altogether is not in itself interesting, because I don't like Hisami. I think Hisami's kind of lame, but it's okay. These are just my opinions. Yatsuhashi. Did I not talk about Yatsuhashi before? I really feel like I talked about Yatsuhashi before. You think I would remember this? Chat, did I talk about Yatsuhashi before? Somebody go back to the whole 4-hour VOD and let me know if Yatsuhashi appeared, please. By all means, please do that. Well, what is there to be said about Yatsuhashi that hasn't been said? She's probably the most pointless character in the entire series. And I don't mean that in the sense that, like, where I mentioned Letty before, how if you took Letty out of PCB, nothing would change. But the thing is, Ben exists, right? Ben exists. So if you took Yatsuhashi out, Ben is still there to be the stage 4 boss in DDC, right? So there's literally no reason for Yatsuhashi to exist. And she's really, really simple in her design. She doesn't even have her instrument showing. So yes, Yatsuhashi might be the most pointless character in the entire series. She just doesn't need to exist at all. Am I glad she exists? I don't really care, actually. There's nothing. I didn't talk about her. Huh? Huh? I feel like I did. Unbelievably pointless character. Because if you remove any other character from the series, you have to replace the boss for the stage. But because of the nature of Yatsuhashi and Ben, if you just took Yatsuhashi out, Ben's still there to be the stage boss. And you could argue the vice versa. You take Ben out, Yatsuhashi's still there, but Yatsuhashi herself just is not a very, like, unique design. Ben has aspects to her that makes her more memorable, but Yatsuhashi is a very plain girl. Poor Yatsuhashi. The fact that one of her most well-known names is not Ben kind of sums that up pretty nicely. You have Ben and not Ben. That was not just a meme that I made up. That was a very real, because people don't know how to, people on the English fucking side of this don't even know what her name is. They see Ben, that's an easy name to remember. And they're like, what's her sister's name? The not Ben one. So she just lives in Ben's shadow. She might as well not even exist because she's not Ben. Alright? Poor Yatsuhashi. Pour one out for old Yatsuhashi. And Ron. Yakumo Ron. A Ron hot take. Oh. Mm. Hmm. Ron has a lot of different interpretations, and some of them I'm not really a fan of. But if I told you the ones I wasn't a fan of, you'd be like, that's not a hot take streamer. So you know, it's not even worth the time to explain. It's not even worth the time to explain. Okay. Here's my hot take. Not even a hot take. Necrofantasy better than Necrophantasia. They're both good, but I think there was a time where I thought the same, but Necrophantasia is better overall. Problem is, it's just loud. It's just loud. See, that's the problem right there. Like, what happens is people just say that it's better because it's not loud, which is like that's not a good reason. You can turn your fucking volume down. That's not a good reason to say it's better. They're both similar, obviously. They're both good, but Necrophantasia is more actiony. Actiony. All right, here's my opinion. You know the puppet dance performance art of Ron? You know the art busy person Ron? I think both of those Rons are very ugly. I don't understand why some people decide to draw her hair like platinum blonde, but those two examples I just gave you, those are not pretty Rons. Those are not pretty Rons. Why is her hair color different? She's clearly got yellow, but they're like platinum blonde, but it's like a dirty platinum blonde. It's not even good looking. It's not good. It's not good. What a take, streamer. What a take. No, I just don't think they look very good. I think the problem with the busy person one is a lot of the characters in that game are squishy by default, but the characters who are meant to be bigger and more, you know, mature, they're harder to squishyify. But like in Yukari's case, she's kind of like the butt of the joke regarding that. But Ron just kind of doesn't look very good in that game. But the other characters do. I think Mei-Ling looks pretty solid. Sakura looks great. Patchy, Remy, they're all squishy. But Ron's supposed to be a big lady, but then she's not like the piss out of her appearance isn't being taken like Yukari. And Yiko gets a pass because she sounds like her voice is the equivalent to a marshmallow. Like when Yiko speaks, it's like pudding jelly in your ears. It's pudding jelly, not pudding with a T, pudding with a D. Her voice is sugary sweet for the ears. It's great. So she gets a pass. She's also not ugly. She looks fine, but her voice definitely adds to it. But Ron just doesn't look very good in it. And I don't think Ron looks very good in puppet dance performance either. I think she looks kind of off. And again, it's mostly the color of the hair. She just turned to a tombstone, which is pretty funny. Funniest shit I've ever seen, of course. Yes. Yes, of course. Suwako and Akyuu. Man. Chat, here's my Suwako hot take. If it wasn't for these 3 words, Suwako would be less popular than Kaneko. That's actually not true. No, never mind. That's not true. That's not true. But this is true. Suwako owes the majority of her popularity to the fact that she likes frogs. That is where the grand majority of her popularity stems from. But she's also a small blonde girl. So she's definitely still going to be more popular than Kaneko regardless. But the frog bit, considering how little she does much else, is huge for the character. It's huge. Kaneko is more interesting than Suwako. Save your takes for the stream, dummy. Stop spoiling your takes in the chat. Why am I reading these? Suwako herself is only really interesting in the omake you read. I think she's very interesting in that regard. But fandom tends to play on the fact that she's a goofball. But her appearances in canon are very limited because she leaves a lot of the busy work to not her. She's kind of a slacker. But she, you know, Frogi is funny. Frogi funny. So I think, I don't know how much of a popularity boost it is, but obviously the frog aspect, the goofy frog aspect is highlighted in a lot of her well-known portrayals, right? And also the frog aspect is severely highlighted in Hisotensoku because she literally hops on the ground. Like, she's hopping on the fucking ground. Like, come on. She wouldn't be doing that if she didn't like frogs. God, could you imagine her just standing normally? Just standing and walking around normally. But nope, she hops like a frog. So her endearing character trait. Her endearing character trait is that she likes frogs. And that got played up so much. To a point where, despite her extremely limited appearances in actual, like, works, her popularity is pretty high and significantly higher than Kaneko. But the thing is, even if her only appearance was in that extra stage and she didn't care about frogs, she would still be more popular than Kaneko. But really, that's just because she's a short blonde girl, and then she gets knee socks. But you never know how much of an influence it would have after Mountain of Fate, depending on how things go differently. But it's kind of funny though how popular this character is and has become just because she likes frogs. It's just, that's it. It's all the frogs. To a point where people thought she was a frog, but she's not a frog. She just thinks frogs are neat. She is very interested in frogi. That's all. We all like frogs. Frogs are awesome. Alright. Akyuu. Can you have a hot take for Akyuu? Can you? I don't know if you can. Well, my opinion of Akyuu is that I like that the Genzo Chronicle takes place in universe from her perspective. I think it's really fucking funny how much she dislikes fairies. That's hilarious. I think that's really funny. And I kind of hate how the only relevance she's had in the last, like, 2 years is that she's dead. Not dead in the sense that, like, you know, she's dead, but someone started a meme account that was like, she will die on this date. And then that date came to be. So now Akyuu is just dead. Always. That's it. That her defining character trait is that she was past tense. But she's clearly still alive. She's clearly still alive. I lived, bitch. But I don't think Akyuu, I don't really have any negative takes on Akyuu, because I think Akyuu is a very interesting and well-rounded character. And when she makes appearances in fan works, like, she is interesting. I guess the only part of her that I don't really like is that her existence has pretty much completely taken over Kane's reason for existing. And now Kane doesn't get to do anything because, well, Kane doesn't get to do anything. She doesn't get to do anything because her role and Akyuu's role are so similar. And obviously in fan works, you know, you'll probably see either both of them or Kane, because Kane is popular with fans. But in terms of actual media, Akyuu's going to show up and pretty much do all of the stuff that we'd expect Kane to do, because Akyuu is more inclined to do that work. It's weird to explain, but there's usually a pretty good division of roles in the series, but Akyuu and Kane, despite their differences, are similar enough to a point where you can get away with just using one if you can only have one. And in Zun's case, it really is just using the one. But I like Akyuu. I think Akyuu is a great character. I really like her like contrast with Kosuzu, where she believes that humans should fear yokai, and then Kosuzu is very curious about yokai and wants to learn more about them. But they're still best friends. And in fact, as far as it stands, Kosuzu might be the only human in the village who actually treats Akyuu like a normal person and not, you know, the child of Miyare. But we don't really know how Akyuu interacts with the general populace. From what I remember, she only really talks to our main characters, who are strange, and Kosuzu, who is her buddy, her big buddy. Akyuu is not the main character of Forbidden Scrollery, but she's really good. She's a really good secondary character to the series. It really added to her overall. But yeah, I think Akyuu is honestly a great character. It's kind of a shame that she is limited to written works, but I don't have a lot of negative things to really say about her, because I think the way her character is handled for the most part is actually very good in a lot of ways, both in fan works and canon. Hina and Marisa. Hina hot take. Is that even possible? Huh? Is that even possible? There's nothing really to dislike about Hina. I like saying her name a lot. One of my favorite names to say in the entire series. Maybe not full name, but, you know. I do think that the bow that ties her hair together in front of her looks really stupid. I do think that looks really stupid, but I don't have any issue with this character. I don't have any issue with this character. I feel bad for her more than anything. No, it's not wrong. No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Her hairstyle is kind of weird. That's all. Her bow is insane. Yeah, no, I don't really have anything wrong. I don't really have a problem with Hina. She wears boots. Boots are cool. She spins. Spinning's funny. Her name's Hina. I like saying Hina. She's happy-go-lucky jovial, despite, you know, the misfortune that surrounds her. So I really don't have anything bad to say about her. At all. Well, I guess the worst thing I can say is I saw a really scary piece of art, and it fucked me up. And I hated it. So, but that's not really a hot take or anything. That's just something that happened to me. That's just kind of something that happened to me. It was not good. I didn't like that. I didn't like that very much. My opinion of Hina is I don't have a negative opinion of Hina. She doesn't have enough going on to really have a negative opinion. She's great. She just exists, and she's a successful character in existing. Good for her. And Marisa. My hot take of Marisa is that she is simultaneously the coolest, most interesting character to play in 17.5, but also the most egregious and awful to play character in 17.5. I hate the way she plays, but I also think the way she plays is really fucking cool. She does huge damage. She's got an anchor shot, and it looks awesome. But then you actually play as her, and it's like, it's terrible. It's terrible to play as her. But she's easily the coolest character in the game, playstyle wise. But actually playing her is terrible. Shoutouts to the Yuma final attack, where you have to just be in the fucking air. But you can't fly, you can only anchor shoot. Just absolutely stupid. But she's so cool. She's so cool. That's not a hot take. Probably not. Kaneko doesn't play the game. Kaneko just hits the attack button and has an auto combo that does a billion damage. Sunken Fossil World was designed with Reimu in mind. If you've played that game was, the entirety of that game was made with the idea that you're playing as Reimu, and then every other character was just given tools and thrown into the same boss fights, and you just told to make it work. And you can really tell when you fight some bosses that it doesn't work. Anyone who has to fight Kutaka is a poor asshole, because that boss fight is stupid. But Marisa really takes the cake, because fucking Oku's wall, the wall of Oku's arena damages you, and Marisa, if she dashes, has to commit all the way to the dash from the anchor. So if she fucking anchors into a wall, she just gets hit. Like, why would you even think that's a good idea? What? Just don't anchor into the wall. But then you could only go like one direction, up. That's it. It's just really confusing. It's really stupid. And it's like, this character wasn't designed to fight this boss. Why isn't she fighting the other one? I don't know. Jun punches people. I didn't think Flam was very fun to play. Marisa, I don't remember. Kaneko was actually, you just mash the attack button and her auto combo does a ton of damage. But yeah, that game is designed for Reimu and Reimu alone. And the other characters are simply, they're simply living in Reimu's world. But otherwise, Marisa is just a fine character. I don't really have an issue with her. I don't think she's stupid. I think she's underused as far as characters go. But she's cool when she shows up. I just think that it's weird that... I think it's weird how she's like simultaneously the most enjoyable and least enjoyable character in the game. Because if you play against a character that you can fight, it's fun. But then you play against a character you can't really fight, and it's miserable. Because it's just terrible. High highs and low lows. Oh my. Tai. Tojiko and Youmu. Okay. Tojiko, I actually thought about this one. Well, it kind of relates to Tojiko, but the structure of 10 Desires should not have really been Yiko as the first stage boss. I honestly think the game should have been structured so that Tojiko was the 4th stage boss. So it goes Kyoko, Yoshika, Seiga, and Seiga leads you to the mausoleum, and then you're in the mausoleum, and it's Tojiko, Futo, and Miko. That's a lot better. Starting the game in the Netherworld makes sense to a degree, but I don't like it. I think it's better if they find the source and Kyoko is stage 1. Kyoko seems better for a stage 1 boss than... Well, anyone seems better at stage 1 boss than Yuyuko. But Tojiko either should have been the stage 4 boss, or she shouldn't have been in the game at all. Including her as a stage 5 mid-boss that just shows up and disappears was kind of just disrespectful to the character, to the point where I think it would have been better if she just didn't exist at all. But she should have been a stage 4 boss and not Seiga. Seiga should have been a stage 3 boss, because that would have ended the demo, and that would have been like, ooh, the mausoleum, what's waiting in the mausoleum? But instead, the mausoleum was such a quick venture. You just kind of go around it. You should have been able to go in it and have the big tower and go in the tower and fly up the tower. That would have been cool. So you approach the mausoleum in stage 4, which is Tojiko. You're in the mausoleum, which is Futo, and then you're at the top of the mausoleum, which is Miko. That's better structure. It is weird how unimportant she is. That's the problem I have with it. Is that there's nothing wrong with the character, mind you. I think she's interesting. But... But why the fuck is she just, like, Futo's mid-boss? Has one spell card and then just goes away. When she's supposed to be, like, part of the trio, like, the Taoist trio. And her relevance to them is, like, actually very cool. but she's treated with about as much respect as like Lily White is. But even then, Lily received a lot more respect after the fact. But Tojiko just got told to go away until Miko was like, here's a spell card which summons you. And then that's it. And there's no more Tojiko ever again. And then Futo and Miko showed up in the fighting games. And then anytime Miko showed up in anything, Futo was always there. But Tojiko she's just to stay at home. She just has to stay at home. Like, they didn't let her be a character. She's kind of like Sho in that sense. She's just not allowed to be a character, part of the group. So it really is just Futo and Miko running around. Alright. Anyway, there you go. There's my Tojiko hot take. She should have been either the stage 4 boss or not exist at all. Her existence as a stage 5 mid-boss is disrespectful. Youmu, Youmu, Youmu. Youmu! What? Okay, my opinion of Youmu is that outside of fanworks, I don't think Youmu has ever remotely been cool. It's funny, because she can be serious. She does have a serious personality, but she is a dope. But when you see fan art, it's like, oh shit, we got a sword pose, and she's attacking something. That's really cool. And then you see her at official works, and she's just a goober. She's kind of just a dork. It's actually kind of funny how I'd say Momiji's similar, but not really, because Momiji's not really a character. But in Yomu's case, like, Youmu appears in Silent Sinner in Blue, and she's just kind of like, I don't know what they're talking about. And then she goes out to discover things on her own. She's like, I don't understand what any of they're talking about. But then she's also reckless, you know? In Immaterial Missing Power, she kind of just goes out and fucking attacks people. Thank you, Vermilion, for the resub. She kind of just goes out and attacks people. Shoot first, ask questions later. She's like, you're the culprit. Slash. When she shows up in Touhou 8, Yomu's just kind of Yuuko's kind of messing with her the whole time. In Touhou 7, I guess you could say she's kind of cool, but she's just a stage 5 boss, and she says, you know, you can't pass. She does kind of give a mark of, she gives a mark of that. I don't remember her story in Touhou 9, but I do recall that Aki chewed her out because she slashes willy-nilly, and Youmu was like, oops. But also, like, in later works as well, 10 Desires, Yuuko just kind of sends her out to go do something. In 17, she gets sent out to do something. But 17's weird because the characters are possessed by the animal spirit, so it's not really fair to say it's the same character. I can't talk about the endings, but in the written works, the CDS one's pretty notorious, I think, because in CDS, when Satori is explaining to Youmu what's going on, Yomu's just like, yep, I understand. And Satori is like, I can tell that your head is completely empty and you're not getting any of this. And she just keeps smiling, like, So there came a point where Youmu just kind of like, I guess accepted isn't the right word. Because again, in Silent Center in Blue, she did not understand the conversations that Yukari and Yuuko were having. She set out at Yuuko's remarks to try and learn herself, but by CDS, it seems that she's just stopped thinking about complicated matters. She just doesn't think too hard about it anymore. But also, when she gets drunk, she gets goofy. So for the most part, Yomu's character is like 99% goof, and then 1% cool on her debut. But that's fine because she's not really meant to be a super serious badass character. She's a goofball. But fan art is funny because you give her the swords and you put her in a cool pose and it's like, that's a cool fucking character. I wonder what she does. She gardens. That's what she does. She's a gardener. She's a gardener who gets picked on by a tall pink lady. That's what she does. That's her job. To get teased. But then she pulls out her sword and you're like, oh, wait a minute, she's probably really cool when she swings that thing. Yeah, but you remember, anytime you see her coolly swinging that thing, it's because someone thought that she would look cool swinging that. Oh my. Oh my. But no, Youmu is a great character. It's not surprising to me that Youmu is one of the most popular characters in the series. She was crowned the most popular in a popularity poll at some point. She is a good character because she's very versatile in how you can use her. But I do think it's kind of funny that when you look at how she is in canon, it really is just, it's goofball. She is goofball through and through, but like it's not like a unique aspect to her. Obviously, Sakuya and Reimu are good examples too, where when you present them seriously, they can be very cool, intimidating characters. But Yomu's just silly. She's short and stout. She's just short and stout. I think Youmu is cool when portrayed right, but I don't really think too much about her being cool unless I'm seeing something that is dating her as cool. Whereas Sakuya is a character I kind of just think is cool because her attitude is cool, even though her outfit kind of ruins the whole thing. But most Koa characters are squishy. This isn't really surprising. Chieri and Renko. Chieri's really pale in this art. So, Chieri, hot take. Okay. My Chieri hot take is that her theme isn't very good. There's Sailor in Time is not memorable. It's really not memorable. There's not really anything else to say about this character. This character exists and she has a gun. She has a gun and she has a folding chair, which is funny, but her theme is very forgettable. I don't have much else to say about that. Nobody cares about Chieri. Her name is funny. I will say this, chat. Chieri might have the hardest name in PC98 era to remember. Kita Shirakawa. Do you know how I ended up remembering this name? Because it reminds me of Kane's name, Kami Shirasawa. It's the same Shira. Kami Shirasawa. Kita Shirakawa. That's how I remembered it. Shirasawa, Shirakawa, and then it was just Kita and Kami. And then eventually I was like, so whenever I was like, what was Chieri's name? I know it sounds like Kami Shirasawa. And then I was like, oh, okay, it's Kita Shirakawa. So I remembered it like that just by using Kane's name as a point of reference. But she definitely has the hardest name to remember in PC98. Probably because there's only about 5 characters in PC98 who actually have last names. So, yeah. There's like Kirisa. Actually, did Marisa have her last name? I don't know if Marisa and Reimu had their last names. Pretty sure they did. Hakude Reimu, Kirisami Marisa. But then after that, it's Kana Annabelle, Rikako Sakura, and then Kita Shirakawa Chieri, and then Okazuki Umemi. And then in Lotus Land Story, Yuka doesn't have a last name yet. So, and none of those characters have last names. And in Mystic Square, Alice doesn't have a last name yet either. So, none of those characters have last names. So, it really was just four characters from Touhou 3. And then the main characters had last names. Everybody else was just regular names. Kind of weird, actually. I wonder what that is. Alright. Usami Renko. I'm pretty sure I got Maribel last time. I'm pretty sure I got Maribel last time. Because I remember talking about the connection between Maribel and Yukari. And how I don't think it's written super well a lot of the time. Because sometimes when it's written as the same character, it completely ignores everything about Yukari's character in favor of Mirabelle's character. I remember that. I remember talking about that. So, Renko is really easy. Is it a hot take? Depends who you ask. I think the greater majority of Hifu content is not very interesting, and anything about the series that in itself is interesting is completely overshadowed by the egregious amount of shipping. So, yeah. Hifu itself is kind of boring, but it does have moments that are intriguing. But the people who say they like Hifu don't actually fucking care about Hifu. It's just the most rampant section of Touhou for shipping is those two. To a point where these two characters, unrelated to the vast majority of actual Touhou, have so much staying power because of this. Is it their fault? No. It's really not their fault. But yeah, Hifu is just kind of like, it's hard to actually say that you're a fan of Hifu without somebody just assuming that it's because you are into the shipping aspect of it. The Hifu music is great. No, I agree to that. The Hifu music is great. There's a number of mixes I've heard of Hifu tracks that are really fucking good. And like I said, some of the story aspects of Hifu are actually pretty cool. But for the most part, it's pretty boring, and its popularity is supplemented by shippers. That's why it has so much staying power. That's why it has so much staying power. Alright. Mystia and Rika. Oh. Well, okay. It's not a hot take. I know it's not a hot take, but I am of the opinion that Mystia has the worst designed spell cards in the entire series. Mystia has some of the worst spell cards in the entire series. Her spell card gimmick completely goes against the entire aesthetic of spell cards in general. Runner-up is Junko, because those are boring. Those are boring. But this isn't really, like, if you've been in the stream for a while, you know that I don't think Mystia's spell cards are very good. The biggest issue is they just make you blind. That's it. Not all of them, mind you, but the majority of them do. The problem I have with it, the problem I have with her spell cards is that due to the nature of them like obscuring your vision, the patterns themselves are extremely simple. Because if they weren't, you wouldn't be able to read the pattern in advance because of the amount of light that you have. So the pattern has to be extremely static and very reactable at close range, which makes the pattern very boring. And the higher difficulty versions just kind of makes your field of view lower. So what's the point of a spell card that you can't see? The whole point of the spell card duel is the prettiest one wins. But then Mystia is just, you don't see them. You can't see your spell cards. Terrible gimmick. Absolutely idiotic gimmick. What were they thinking with that one? Her last spell is stupid too, because her last spell is just her non under the effects of the fucking of the night blindness. Stupid. So yeah, Mystia's spell cards are some of the worst designed in the series. Honestly, from all perspectives, from playing them to how they actually like are as spell cards. Junko's boring too because Junko's are just plain. Her spell cards are very simple. Her nons are also very simple. Her nons are just singular waves of small bullets that you have to squeeze through. They're hard, sure, but they're really simple. Now, that's kind of her character, but again, they're boring. Sure, it's Misty's character cause night blindness, but they're dumb. They're boring. Rika. My opinion of Rika is that she looks like SpongeBob. She looks like SpongeBob. What? She wears a white shirt with a pop collar. She wears a black belt and brown pants, and people often give her a red tie. She also wears shoes and pull-up socks. So yes, she looks like she is a Gajinka of SpongeBob. That's her name. Boble Punj. Rika. It's like, you know, it's like tomato. It sounds so close. This isn't a hot take streamer. No. No, it's not, but she does dress like SpongeBob. I think that's quite funny. That's quite funny. Rika's not really a character. But Rika's also kind of funny because she was the first boss of Touhou, essentially. Of like the Touhou shooter games, but she was a tank. And after that it was like, okay, now we're fighting girls. But then you fight the magic stones, and then you're fighting girls again. But Rika really came to a fucking girl battle and was in a tank. Like, okay. I actually wonder about that. Like, why was she in a tank and then Zum was like, okay, now you fight girl. And then they're like, okay, now you fight 5 stones. And then it became girl again, and then girl again, and then it was tank. You know? So I wonder that. Rika's, I like her theme. I like Rika's theme. She's in a temper. I like that theme. I don't remember her extra stage theme. There's not really a lot to say about her. I think she's perfectly fine as a character. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. She's also strangely unique. It's weird to say, but she's actually a very unique character in the series overall. Like, she's not the only engineer, mind you, but she is the only one who's, like, built a contraption and used for fighting. Like, not like as a weapon, but more like a vehicle. Because Nitori has contraptions that she uses in the fighting games that she built. But Rika built a fucking tank and rides it into battle, and then it explodes. Reimu blew it up. That's fucked up. So yeah, I don't really have a good hot take for this character, because not enough character. Kaneko and Yuyuko. Okay. Okay. Alright. I was gonna say my Kaneko one earlier for Suwako, because I couldn't remember if I got her last time. My Kaneko hot take is that her popularity would probably be above Suwako's if Zun didn't decide her to give the stupidest fucking haircut imaginable. Alright? I think the number one thing that holds Kaneko back is her stupid haircut. It's like a shitty mom cut. And it ruins the aesthetic of the character. Ruins it. I don't think her outfit is that great to begin with, but her hair is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I listen, if you personality swapped Kaneko and Suwako, I actually wonder how that would look. What if Kaneko, looking the same way she did, loved frogs? What if Suwako, looking the same way she did, was a background schemer? How different do you think their popularities would be? Because I know what Suwako would be. I've seen that in a future character. Background schemer, blonde. I've seen it all before, champ. But a big lady, this big lady here who loves frogs, that would be endearing. That would be endearing. Would it not? Don't you think? Don't you think that Kaneko... I think Kaneko's popularity would be a little higher. Not as high as Suwako's, of course, because Suwako is small. You know how Touhou is, after all. Big lady who likes snakes. But the thing is, she doesn't play up her snake interest. Suwako plays up her frog interest. She hops around on the fucking ground. That's funny. That's so funny. Kaneko doesn't, like, she is a snake. She does slither in the background, but she doesn't roll up to the fight, like, on her fucking belly, coming towards you like a snake, you know? She's not she's not doing that. But Suwako be hopping, doing leapfrog. She'd be leapfrogging towards you. But no, I actually do believe that her, especially in the Zun art, but like, I think Kaneko's hairstyle is not very attractive. And it makes her look like a, a grumpy mom type character. And that's just kind of it for her. The rest of her outfit is whatever, but her haircut, I think, is what really holds her back. Because it's not done up pretty. It doesn't look pretty. It just kind of looks like... It just kind of looks like default mom hair from, like, cartoons. Really. That's really... I want to say she looked like fucking... Tommy's mom from Rugrats, but it's not that crazy. But, like, you know what I mean when I say, like, stereotypical, not attractive mom hair? That's Kaneko's haircut. That's Kaneko's haircut. It's just stereotypical, unattractive mom cut, which I think actually does hurt a lot of her popularity. One of her most common depictions in fan works is her trying to become more popular because she's aware of her lack of popularity comparatively to the other two. Which is funny because that trait wouldn't exist if she was more popular in general, but I do think the haircut is a big thing. I think the haircut's a big thing. You don't see it. What doesn't he see? I clearly see it. The most important thing to a character's design is the face and hair. Alright? That's the most thing. And then as you go further down, it becomes the body, the assets. But, like, the arms and legs aren't really anything particular. But the face and the hair are the biggest part. Anyway, that's my opinion. You have to accept it. It's the truth. Saiguji Yiko. Streamer, what is your opinion, your hot take of Saiguji Yiko? Oh, well, I mean, it does count as her. I got nothing personal against her character. I think her character is a lot of fun. But I do think that Border of Life is terrible. I think Resurrection Butterfly is one of the worst ends to a Touhou game in the entire series. And I think that Border of Life is not a good track. And the fact that when you get to the end of it, it only loops the last, like, 8 seconds over and over again is a terrible fucking decision. Awful. Glorp shit. Nopers. So true. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look how my chat unanimously agrees with that opinion. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? I already called her a waste of a slot in 13 when I talked about Tojiko. I want Tojiko to be the stage 4 boss, and Yuyuko doesn't even need to be in the game at that point. So I already kind of covered that with that one. But that's not because Yuyuko herself doesn't deserve to be in a game. That's just because Tojiko deserves to have a larger impact in a new game than Yuyuko does to return, to literally just exist to be like, nope, go that way. Like, I don't need the game to tell me to go that way. That's what the fucking prologue omake is for. The prologue omake is supposed to set up the story. So when you start the game, it's like, okay, we're here and we're heading towards it. But the game randomly decides to start in a place, and then you get shifted off to the side and told, no, you actually go that way. Like, you could have just started me at the gate to Myoden Temple and had the prologue explain that she talked to Yuyuko. Like, the protagonist talks to Yuyuko, and they send her that way. You could have just had that as a prologue story. You didn't have to make that stage 1. She should have been a mid-boss like Ogasa. No, I'm saying she shouldn't have been in the game at all. Because stage 1 should have been Kyoko. Because the stage progression order should have been Myoden to Myoden Cemetery, to the cave that connects to the mausoleum, to outside the mausoleum, which is stage 5, to inside the mausoleum, which would be the new stage 5 for Futo, and then it'd be wherever stage 6 is, the top of the mausoleum. I think that would have been better structure. The structure as it is starts in the netherworld because the protagonist decides that this is Yuuko's doing. So they go to Yuuko, and Yuuko's like, haha, it's not me, and she points them to the Myoden Temple. But that stage can exist as the prologue story of them just being pointed in the right direction, and they set off to, they set off towards the mausoleum. Because as it is, the stage one in the game barely even matters, and it's not relevant at all to the rest of the game. It's just you're just in the netherworld, and then you leave, and then you're on the street from Myoden Temple to the mausoleum end. That's transitional. That's good. Players are the one making a decision to go somewhere. Scared to do it in the universe. The thing I'm saying is that the decision to go to the netherworld and then end up at Myoden is something that doesn't need to be a stage 1. It can be an explanation in the prologue story, detailing why the protagonist is even at Myoden Temple to begin with, right? Which would let Tojiko be a character. It's just Yuuko doesn't need to be a character until a 13. But again, that's not because I think Yuuko is a bad character. It's just I just think the structure of 13 is weird in general. But yeah, my actual hot take was that I think Resurrection Butterfly is a terrible way to end a game, and Border of Life is a not very good track that is made even worse by the last 8 seconds of it looping constantly. That's pretty bad. 13 was a game that brought back a lot of characters, to a point where it almost brought Byakuren back and almost used Kasen for the extra stage. But instead, Zun decided to put his foot down at the extra stage at that point. We had Yuuko, Kogasa, and Nue all come back. And then he decided to put his foot down for the extra boss and made Mamizo. Oh, man. Oh, man. What a timeline. What a timeline we live in. So many returning characters. What's one more? No. Make a new one. And that new one was Mamizo. Yoshika and Iku. Well, the thing about Iku is that Iku is overshadowed by Tenshi. The fighting games all pretty much have one character. Well, obviously Jun and Shion are a little special, but the fighting games have one new character to the roster, right? But in Skylar the Rhapsody, you got both Iku and Tenshi, and Tenshi was obviously the one who really took off. Iku always kind of just fell in a support role. Her theme is not good. I'll tell you that. Honestly, chat, I think the only thing that saved Iku from irrelevancy was her goofy pose that she strikes. Like actually. She is paired with Tenshi. She is definitely paired with Tenshi. That much is for certain. But her theme isn't very good. Her role in the story is not as impactful as you'd think. Her design is ridiculous to look at. But I really think some of the goofy poses that she strikes are kind of what saved her from being a rather unmemorable character. Because I feel like without that goofy dance pose, the only way you'd ever see Iku is if she was doing something with Tenshi. Which, to be fair, Tenshi definitely got a lot of stuff for Iku to kind of be a support character to. But Iku herself never really gets to stand out. And think about all the times you see Iku stand out without having to be a part of Tenshi's characterization. You'll find that more often than not that Iku is referencing the goofiness of that pose. So I really do think that pose is responsible for any of Iku's solo appearances actually having any merit. I don't think there's anything wrong with the character, but I just think that she was she was grossly overshadowed by Tenchi. Forced to always kind of be a support character to Tenchi. And the only way that you get her as her own character is when it's playing up the dance pose. Kind of unfortunate. But I've seen types where she's funny. I like her in the Touhou, the Aya Ace Attorney games. One of my favorite like characterizations of her is her ability is that she can read the atmosphere, like in a literal sense. She can like predict the weather, but I like when it's exaggerated in the way that she can quote unquote read the atmosphere, by which she has absolutely no idea, like she has no awareness for like social not social cues, but like the situation of a social, like the atmosphere of a social situation. She can't read the atmosphere. She can just make things awkward by accident or just not get it. So she can read the atmosphere, but she can't read the atmosphere. I like that one. But you don't really see that too often. Again, she's mostly a support character to Tenchi, and she kind of lost her job when Shion came out. So, damn. Poor Iku. Pour one out for Iku, boys. Get a fish in chat for her. Alright. Yoshika. 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 What does old Yoshi do? Not much. I don't know, I just don't really care about this character. My issue with the character is that she doesn't exist without Seiga in some capacity, and I don't like Seiga. So, yeah. I never saw Suika Kasen. I have no opinion based on that. So I don't really have a lot to say about her. I really don't have a lot to say about her. I think it's cool how she has differing skin tones based on who's drawing her. That's pretty cool. But otherwise, she's just kind of gross. She's just dead. She's just dead. That's it. She's a dead girl. It's depressing, really, more than anything. She's kind of dead. Do you want to be dead? I don't want to be dead. Watch stream? Hell no, I'm not watching something that's going to make me cry with you. Ain't no fucking shot. I would never watch something that I know I would cry over with other people. Nope. That's too vulnerable. Can't do that. I'd rather cry alone. Cha-cha. Here's an actual take. Rigid Paradise might be the only good boss theme in 10 Desires. Futo's theme isn't bad. Mamizo's theme is okay for the first 5 seconds. Miko's theme is not that great. Kyoko's theme I don't remember. Ghost Lead is terrible. So yes, Rigid Paradise is like the only boss theme in that game that's actually good. There you go. There's my hot, super hot. It's not even hot. It's true. That's why you say eh, because it's true. You know it's true. Yuki and Alice. It's not really a hot take for Yuki, but Yuki deserves better. Yuki deserves a better friend. I don't know why, but I kind of like Yuki. Like, more than other characters for no real reason. I don't even know why she hangs out with Mai. Mai's a bitch. Fuck you, Mai. When you blow Mai up, Yuki's like, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. How dare you? But then, when you blow her up, Mai's like, blurp. Like, what the fuck? You can't just say that. But, I don't know. I have a, like, First of all, I'm a sucker for characters who can throw fireballs, because that shit's cool. Throwing fireballs is cool. I like Yuki because she looks like Lunasa. You mean she looks like Marisa, right? You mean she looks like Marisa? Surely. That's what you meant? I don't even get their relationship. Why is Mai such a mean person? Didn't Shinki make her? Why would Shinki make such a mean person? When she made Yuki and Mai. She made Yuki and Mai. And Mai is a good person, and then Yuki is not. Does Shinki have something against blue hair? Shinki makes a bunch of blonde ladies. You notice that? How come all of Shinki's like creations are like blonde? Except Sarah and then Mai. Why? Shinki's got white hair. What if she used to be blonde? What if she became... Her hair lost its color because she put all of her blonde energy into her work. Anyway, Yuki's not really... Doesn't really have anything to talk about, sadly. But I do like her. I like her. I have no hot take. It's not even a hot take, but I think both of their Yuki and Mai's individual themes are not nearly as good as their combo boss theme. I do think their combo boss fight is pretty awful though. But otherwise, yeah, Yuki's just kind of a character who shows up and then you blow her up and then that's it. And because of the nature of Mystic Square, like those characters only got one game. That's it. Shinki's kind of special. Yumeko's a little special too, and Alice is Alice, but those characters only got one real game to do anything with, and then they just got forced into the hiatus zone. Characters in PC98 get more screen time if they have connections with Windows characters. But even then, Yuki and Mai don't show up very much at all. If anything shows up regarding Mystic Square with Alice, it's Shinki primarily, and sometimes Yumeko. Anyway, PC98 Alice. This is little Alice. I wouldn't say this is a hot take, mind you, but people who refer to this version of Alice as lollies are how do I say it? Weird. That is like one of the weirdest ways you can refer to a character, and it's kind of just uncomfortable. It's kind of just really uncomfortable when they call her that. And it's like, just call her like PC98 Alice, just call her little Alice. Why do you gotta make it weird like that, you know? And I granted this nickname came from an earlier time frame where certain words were just thrown around willy-nilly without much thought to it, but it's a very old nickname, and one I always thought was kind of like weird to describe her as, because you don't need to describe her as that. Never heard someone call her that before. Well, I've been here on the Touhou thingy for a couple years now. I've been here for a while now, and I've seen all kinds of people. Alright, you know, whenever you open your mouth about Youmu, I have literally zero desire to read it, because you are just extremely obnoxious about the character. When people talk about people who they don't want to talk about characters with, that's you. That is literally you. You can't even think something about Youmu without your ass dropping a paragraph on why they're wrong. This is why people don't want to talk to you about the character. This is just how it is. This is how it is. It's really annoying. Plain and simple. You're not even allowed to think differently. A lot of people like to talk to me about the character. Do they? Or do you just talk at them? You ever think of that? Somehow I doubt that. They ask me questions. Yeah, that's what happens when you talk a lot. People just assume you're the authority on a character. The problem with you is that you can't say anything about Touhou, anything about Youmu, because immediately it'll either be wrong or right based on what you think. That's just how it works with you. That's why even talking about anything with Youmu is annoying. This isn't the only character that happens with. I've seen this with many other characters. Can't even think something different about a character. I'm tired of getting paragraphs on why your version of a character is wrong. Tired of it. Just don't. Just don't. Just don't. That's all. Just don't. Move on. Next question. No, no, no. No, no, no. Anyway. Yeah, Alice's nickname. PC98 Alice's nickname. The one I said earlier. That one's always been kind of weird. I don't like that. Anyway, that was... I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. That wasn't very cool. But I will say one thing. People are allowed to talk about a character. They can believe what they want about a character. But you can't... If someone says something, you can't just go, oh my god, this guy knows nothing about this character at all, and then drop a paragraph of information that is what you believe. Can't do that. No. No, 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 no. Because at that point, it's just what you believe. That's just what you believe. That's not what the actual character is. You are not the leading authority on a character. You can think what you want on them. That doesn't make you the leading authority. You're choosing to interpret a character's actions and personality the way you choose to. You're not Sun. You didn't make the character. No, 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 no. That's the fun of these things, though. The fun of these things is interpreting characters in ways. And Youmu has a lot of interpretations. That's what makes her a good character. She's a good character because she can be done in multiple different ways. But in canon, as with every other character, cool is not on the page. Characters aren't really cool in canon. Zun's art style is mostly to blame for that. Zun's art style makes every character a goober. They're not cool. You know, there's a lot of action scenes in the main games, but not really. Not really. Yomu's action scenes aren't really any different from any other character who blows people up. The series is goofy at its core. Youmu runs around in Immaterial Missing Power, and she slashes people. But every other character in the game also just runs around and beats people up. That's just what they do. That's just Touhou. I don't think her animations are that cool. Well, actually, no, the counter one is really cool. The counter one is really cool, where she turns into 6 and slashes. But the one where she just puts her sword over her head and brings it down is very silly. That is not a sword technique. Well, I mean, it is, but you know what I mean. She picks the sword up and she brings it down, and it's very funny. Because it's just human killing sword. That shit is in the name. It is designed to kill you. The counter is cool. The counter is very cool. Fan games are cool. Youmu can be cool. Any character can be cool. But also the fan game or the fighting game animations aren't really not really the same thing. Those are fans working on that. Those are the fans working on that. Same reason why Suwako hops around like a frog in Hisso Tensoku. When Suwako hops around like a frog, it's because they thought it was funny. And she's funny. But Suwako doesn't do stuff like that. She's never done stuff like that. Granted, the only time that Zun has ever drawn Suwako at all was in the Mountain of Faith Extra stage, right? That's it. But then Twilight Frontier is like, let's make the character. And what do? They made her hop like a frog. They made her fly by flapping her legs. They made her really goofy. Is Suwako goofy? Inherently, no. Suwako is not inherently goofy. But they made her goofy. And that kind of stuck. Youmu is the same. Youmu and Sakuya, when they started as a boss, they had to be intimidating because they're a boss. Youmu is intimidating in her dialogue. Not her art, though. Not her art at all. But in Touhou 8, she's just a goober. Goofy characters are popular. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Youmu in the endings I don't have enough opinion on. There's one ending, I think it's the secret ending in 10 Desires, actually. Where, again, the alternate endings are a little special because they're not real. They didn't happen. At least as far as I know, they're 100% just goofy endings with no degree of canonicity to them. But Youmu has one where she is like, she's convinced she can become a hermit, and she starts hermit training. And I'm pretty sure all the endings kind of go the same way, where it's like, character started doing this, and then they were like, this is stupid, and then they stopped doing it. And then it's like the ending basically didn't happen, because Marisa trains to be a Taoist, and she's like, this is stupid. This is stupid, I'm not doing this. Youmu trains as a hermit on a cloud. She's got like a fake beard on. I'm of the opinion that the majority of the most popular known characters, their personalities are rooted in what fandom exaggeration has done for them. And that fandom exaggeration has extended into canon, which we've seen with characters like Chirno. Chirno is a definitive example of that, where Chirno's character became solidified as a dum-dum in fandom, and then every time Chirno kind of appeared after that, like, how she was definitely painted by how that ended up being. Chirno's a good example of that. Remy's similar, but Remy's interesting because Remy's appearances are usually pretty accurate to how it's intended, but then the fans that are doing the work end up making like animations or little bubbles that represent her childishness, like the Remy block. The Remy block, the Remy high chair, when Remy eats the dandelions and goes yuck. Like, Remy has a number of aspects to her that are also painted by fandom engagement, and every character's like this. There's no character that's not like this. Yuko is another one. How often does Yuko talk about food in canon? You ever thought about that? How often does Yuko talk about food in canon? Does she talk about food at all? She probably does to a certain extent, but I don't think Yuko talks about food to the extent that people have made her to be some kind of like human Kirby, right? But everybody eats. The reason that she eats Mystia is because of her comment after you beat Mystia. But for the most part, she's usually talking about lounging or just talking about nonsense. That's because in the fighting games, she knows what's going on. But that's less so about the fact that she's a big eater, and that's more so about the fact that she is the type of character who, despite knowing a lot, lets on very little. She's an interesting character like that. I do think that I like the contrast between Youmu and Yuko's characters specifically for that, because the way they act and the way they are inside is kind of opposites to each other. That's the part I like about them. But Yuko being Kirby, Yuko being Kirby is goofy, but it's not really like, when Yuko talks in canon, she's not only ever talking about eating. Not everything is a punchline to her eating, right? I don't remember CDS. Well, I almost said dead. She was dead in CDS. No, she is already dead, streamer. She was unconscious in CDS. 10 Desires, I don't remember her mentioning anything specific. There's the short story that Zun wrote about 60 years ago with Yukari and Yuyuko, where they're just talking. I don't remember what they're talking about, but they're talking about stuff in Wenzuka. So obviously, Yuyuko is very well known as a glutton, right? Yuyuko's very well known as a glutton, but it's not like every single time Yuyuko speaks, it gets related to food, right? That's just not how it is. But in fan works, that is how it can be. Sometimes that is her entire relevancy to the specific fan work, is that she just likes to eat things. Sometimes she likes to eat whole-ass person. I think that's some shit. But every character has these exaggerations to it. Chirno, I think, probably got it the worst. You can see it in Sengetsusei. Sengetsusei is the most accurate, well, not accurate, but the most common you see of it, where anytime the three fairies want Chirno to do something for them, they just kind of, they flatter her, you know? They just kind of push the right buttons to get her to do what they want, and then they kind of make a snide remark about how easy it is to pull one over on her. So Chirno always kind of gets that. Marisa does it too. She doesn't really call her an idiot, but in Great Fairy Wars, she does kind of underestimate her. But in EOSD and PCB, well, PCB doesn't really count. In Touhou 9 and Touhou 6, Chirno's character is not really, you know, she's a fairy, but, and people do remark that she's a fairy, but it really wasn't really until after 9 that when Chirno made appearances, it was always kind of at the expense of her perceived intelligence, which I think blows. To go back to Youmu, for example, I think that Youmu, despite, you know, in her first appearance, she tries to come off as intimidating. She's got her old special line, after all. But that's just because she's the stage boss. But then when Youmu shows up in, like, any other game, it's usually, well, even in written works, too, because Silent Sinner and Blue and CDS, they're not huge roles, but she does have a whole chapter dedicated to her in Runegate, where it's just based on the fact that she doesn't really understand what Yuyuko and Yukari talk about. And when she asks questions, Yuyuko tells her that instead of asking questions, she go out and find the information herself. And that whole chapter is just she goes to Korindo, she asks about space travel. I don't think she gets a book because I think Sakuya bought it. And ultimately, I don't think she learns anything at all. Does she slash anything? No. She doesn't slash anything at all. Does she have to slash anything? No. But then you have Touhou 9, where she's off to solve this incident, and she does slash things. Hell, in Immaterial Missing Power, she's also just slashing people because she doesn't want to think. She'd slash first, like, you're the culprit, I'm going to slash you. And then she slashes you, and then her opponent's like, I'm not the culprit, you dolt. And she's like, perhaps I should go elsewhere and slash somebody else. And that's what she does. And in Touhou 9, when she goes out to explore the events of Touhou 9, when she reaches Eiki tells her that she's getting too comfortable, you know, being both, like, going between the Netherworld and Gensokyo, and she should, I'm pretty sure it was, well, I'm pretty sure one of the issues that Eiki had was that she wasn't living properly, but also because she was slashing too many ghosts. And then Youmu was like, oops. I don't think Youmu learned her lesson there either. And then when Youmu gets drunk, she's a very spectacular drunk, isn't she? But every character has to have some level of seriousness to their appearance as an antagonist. But think of, like, Memories of Phantasm. Okay, now before you kill me on that one, I got no problem with Memories of Phantasm. Memories of Phantasm is Memories of Phantasm. But if you look at Memories of Phantasm's interpretation of the events of PCB versus PCB itself, Memories of Phantasm, Marisa shows up, and Youmu appears in front of her. Youmu is very straight-faced, all serious, all business, pulls her sword, threatens Marisa, and she starts swinging. And it's like, oh, she's cool. But when you look at that through the Zun goggles, aka PCB's art, and Youmu walks up to you and goes, "None shall pass," and she's like 3'9" and she's made of jelly. Like, what am I supposed to feel from that? Huh? I feel laughter until she does her spell card. Alright, despite everything I just said, Yomu's spell cards are pretty Satan. Mob didn't cover SA or UFO. It didn't cover SA or UFO yet. yet. It hasn't covered it yet. It will in 3 years. Hell God Sword. No, 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 no. 200 Yojana and 1 slash. The first one. That one's fucking rough. That said, I don't remember what the other ones are after that. That one's really annoying. And also the one that she does in her mid-boss spell. Because on higher difficulty, she gets really low to the screen. Anyway, I apologize for my outburst. That was poorly worded. And honestly, just kind of fueled by anger that was not warranted. So I do apologize for that. But we will move on. We will move on. We will let this incident go. Well, at least I will. You are free to hold on to it. That is your choice to make. We're gonna move on, though. Akyuu and Tokiko. This isn't really a fair matchup, but they are both birds. My opinion of Akyuu is that her theme isn't that great. It's not bad, but it's not that great. It's not my least favorite from the game, but it's one of my least favorites from the game. I don't think Yugi's theme is very good. I don't think Yugi's theme is very good at all. Parsi's theme is great. Satori's theme is good. Orin's theme is great. Koishi's theme is fantastic. Even Yamame's theme is pretty good. Oku's theme, it's not a bad theme. It's not bad. I promise you it's not bad. But it's not very good either. Now also, I think that Akyuu is funny. I think she's actually a very funny character. You ever see her in M1? In M1, that's funny. She's funny. Okay? She's a funny character. What's the worst part about this character? Is that when her entire character is that she is 6'2" and she is an F cup. And she is still an idiot. I disagree. I don't think Last Remote's better than Hartman's Yokai Girl, but I do think Last Remote is very good. However, Heartfelt Fancy is my favorite stage theme in the entire series, so that one beats it out. And I am a huge fan of Lullaby of a Deserted Hell. So, yeah. Wrong. What do you mean wrong? Did bro just say wrong? Okay, chat, you know Senran Kagura? I know you do. I know you do. Don't even try to tell me you don't. I know you do. You know that character in Senran Kagura who's part of, like, the Winter Girl group? I don't remember her name. She's the one that likes candy. And I think she's got, like, two little, like, pigtails. You know that one? You all do. I know you all do. Minori. See? Someone knew, I think, if that's her name. That sounds right. That character, that's like Akyuu. That character's like Akyuu. That character behaves like a Dumbo child, but she's also got a big chest. Nah. No. They're not exact. They're not exact. But my point is that when you, like, she is in the body of a full-grown woman, but she is a simpleton. I don't like that very much. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's weird. I don't like that. I know she's a dum-dum. There's nothing wrong with her being a dum-dum, but it's weird when they emphasize they emphasize the shit out of her sexual appeal, but then they give her a big innocent smile. And it's just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, huh? Anyway, Tokiko. Tokiko is a character who first appeared in Curiosities of Lotus Asia Chapter 2. When Reimu beat her up and stole her book, sold it to Renosuke, she kicked down Renosuke's door, demanded her book back, and Renosuke was like, maybe if you buy it again. So, yeah. There you go. I have now explained Tokiko. Now everybody knows who Tokiko is. Does that matter? No. No, it doesn't. There's no hot take to have for Tokiko because she's not really real, brother. She's fake. She existed once. You know what I like about Tokiko though? One of my favorite Tokikos I've ever seen was in not Hollow Song of Birds. That's the wrong one. It's the one with the haha girl. It's the one with the haha girl. I don't remember the name of it, but she's in there watching the store for Minosuke, and Reimu pulls up, and Tokiko clearly doesn't like her, and Tokiko has given her a passive aggressive runaround, and Reimu just has to kind of take it. That shit's funny. All right, that shit's funny. I laugh 1 billion times that one. But no, I like that Tokiko. But otherwise, Tokiko is not really anything. She's a gag character that doesn't talk, or she's like nothing. She's a Pidgey. Like, her and Nazarin are Rattata and Pidgey of the puppet world. It's just how she is. You can't have a hot take on the character because there isn't one to really have. I do think her design is pretty cool, though. If not a little confusing and kind of, you know, I don't say over-designed, but it's surprising how much design this character has to exist in, like, 2 panels. Of a not manga, mind you. Seiga and Reimu. Seiga and Reimu. Seiga is icky. Seiga is icky. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I don't like her. I've never liked her. I think her theme is awful. I think her boss fight is terrible. I think her attitude sucks. I think her design isn't that great. I think she's blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-doo. No, but I just don't really like Seiga. I don't really have a particular hot take for her. I just don't like her. I don't like her. The people that like this character have a screw loose. They scare me. But streamer, the majority of people that like this character are women. I know. All the more reason to be scared. Wouldn't you say? Who is Seiga? Seiga is someone who decided okay. This fucking character, number 1, she has daddy issues. Number 2, she married a man, got bored of it, pretended that she died, and then snuck away after her family assumed she was dead, and then went on to pursue Taoism. But everybody was doing it in China, so she was like, fuck that, I'm gonna go somewhere else and do it. So she went to Japan. That's where she met Miko. So yes. Do you understand why this character is so popular with women? Maybe? Possibly? Do we all understand now? Not popular with me. I can't fix her. I don't want to fix her. She's unfixable. Alright? She's unfixable. I do kind of feel bad for her in the sense that she's, according to the fortunes that we read last week, she's in a position where she, like, pretty much can't relax. If at any point she lets her guard down, she'll get jumped and be killed. Huh? So she has to constantly lay low and be on the move. Otherwise, you see incidents like the water dragon, or the water Kishin that tried to trap her in a vortex for like 3 fucking days to ensure she died. But then she got out and she was like, haha, man, that's crazy. Anyway, bye. So there's actually a legitimate reason why Seiga doesn't appear very often. It's because whenever she exposes herself, she becomes a target for her actions. So, yeah. Where's the hot take, streamer? Well, I guess there was no hot take because everything I said was unfathomably correct and based and true and correct and real. She stole Christmas. No, she brought Christmas to people, but she took items of equal exchange to her presents because that's the law, asshole. But she saved Christmas. Alright? She's the opposite of the Grinch. She's Santa. Why are you glorp chipping? Explain why you're glorp chipping. There's no reason to glorp chip over my words. There's just no reason. Everything I said was true. There is no hot take. You're right, because she's not hot. She's blue. That's the color of cold. On the other hand, we got the red girl over here. Well, red is the color of hot, wouldn't you say? I could certainly use a chip. Couldn't you? Would you like to have a chip with me? Is it possible to have a Reimu hot take? I think you'd be hard pressed to find a non-hot take about this character, actually. So what's my hot take? Well, do you know what the most controversial aspect of Reimu's character is? Do you? I bet you do. I bet you do. I don't care. Reimu killed a guy. Did he deserve it? Maybe. Possibly. Perhaps. That is one of the most controversial aspects of the character. So I don't really think it's a hot take to talk about it, but I think that her killing the fortune teller, while not necessarily justified, is important to Forbidden Scrollery's plot. But it does kind of beg the question on that, right? Because the whole reason for it essentially is she does it to showcase that something is forbidden in Gensoppo. No ifs, ands, or buts. But by the end of the series, Kosuzu is almost in this position as well, and Reimu kind of has to confront that. But this isn't just a random person she doesn't know. This is somebody that she's well acquainted with at this point. So the whole reason of the fortune teller chapter is to kind of bring feelings over duty, and you know, Yukari's involved for that reason as well. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good storytelling in that sense. But the fortune teller doesn't really deserve to die. Granted, you have to take his word for it, but the fortune teller says that when he knows how Reimu operates, and he says that he has no intentions of doing anything at all except just kind of continuing his life and his work away from Reimu. And he kind of leaves you know, kind of taunts her a little bit and walks away. And then Reimu's like, stick! And he's like, bro, what? I played the games. That's not lore accurate. And Reimu's like, sorry. Guess you didn't read all the books. The fortune teller thought he knew canon, and then he got blown the fuck back. Now that's some divine comedy right there. No! Reimu would never act like that in canon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look what just happened. But the funny thing about that is that her doing that did actually spark the biggest controversy the character's ever seen. In that she did that. Why did she do that? She shouldn't have done that. She had no reason to do that. So that became a controversy to the character for sure. They call her the Crimson Slasher for a reason. Yes, the problem is that she straight up said she didn't mind needless killing. Why did she say that? I don't know why she said that part. That part did not need to be said. That part didn't add fuel to the fire. That part was the fuel to the fire. If she was just like, I'm doing this because it was the duty, my duty. But instead she's like, actually I don't mind killing you because needless killing is fine. Like, Reimu? You open your mouth and you've caused big problems for yourself. Did she say something like that in EOSD? Oh, I think everybody in those early games says they're gonna kill each other. It's just for fun, you know? It's like when back in the day when I used to be like, oh, I'm gonna fucking murder you. But nowadays it's like, oh, I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft. Now I have to like specify a activity we're doing. I can't just say I'm gonna fucking kill you anymore, you know? But back in those days, you could just tell somebody that you were gonna beat the shit out of them until they were nothing but goopy paste because they like you know, they like put their hand on your ear or something. That's just how it goes. That's just how it went back then, man. You know, we were different people back then. We were in a different time back then, that's all. A classic time. So, streamer, why are you talking about this when it has nothing to do with your own a hot take? Good. That's a good question. That's a good question. Why am I talking about that? What is my hot take? My hot take is that every single aspect that somebody has ever used to complain about Reimu's character is something that I consider vital to making her a character who's even remotely interesting to the series at all. There you go. I have seen people say that Reimu in Wildhorn Hermit is a poorly written character, but Reimu's human side is something that can't be explored in the games. So, sure, they're exaggerated to a large amount, mostly because Kasen has to get her fucking quips in. But the things that make Reimu interesting are the aspects of who Reimu is as Reimu. Not as the Hakude Shrine Maiden, but Reimu as an individual. But some people really like the idea of her just being a character who goes out and smacks people up for a game and then goes home. But the character flaws make her a more interesting character. So pretty much everything you can consider as a character flaw to her is something that makes her who she is. More than just the protagonist who has to go kill people. But it makes her as Reimu the character. What about CDS Reimu? CDS Reimu is... depends what chapter we're talking about, really. In early chapters of CDS, she's very stinky. In later chapters, and by later chapters I mean latest chapter, she's spoilers withheld. Silent Sinner and Blue Reimu. Silent Sinner and Blue Reimu just kind of gets told to do things by people, and she begrudgingly does them because she's annoyed. But Forbidden Scrollery, less so, but more so Wildhorn Hermit. It does explore a lot of Reimu's vices and her personality and things like that that are interesting. Not to say the games don't explore personality, but at the end of the day, she is just meant to be a character who beats you up. Reimu is a plot device. Well, yes. Everyone in Silent Sinner and Blue is a plot device. Because the plot is Yukari. The plot is Yukari. Yukari is the one with the plot. Eren is the one... Eren thinks that she has a foil on the plot. But Remy's entire shtick and Reimu's entire shtick to the plot is all just orchestrated by Yukari. So they are all just plot devices. They are. That's how Silent Sinner and Blue is. Everyone else has a personality. Reimu has a personality. She's Reimu. You know? But that's what I'm saying, is that Reimu, the parts that explored Reimu's character were in the stuff that came out after that. They explored what made Reimu Reimu. But in Silent Sinner and Blue, Reimu was less Reimu, and Reimu was more the Hakude Shrine Maiden. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Reimu is at her strongest as Reimu Hakude, not the Hakude Shrine Maiden. She's not held to her title, but in Silent Sinner and Blue, everything that she does is because she's the Hakude Shrine Maiden. The god channeling, all of it. It's all because of that. But she's not really the main character in that one. Not really the main character in that one, but it's what it is. Silent Sinner and Blue has its own fair share of, you know, how do I say it? Is there even a nice way to describe Silent Sinner and Blue? Can anybody actually talk about Silent Sinner and Blue in a way that is nice? Because whenever I talk about the positives of Silent Sinner and Blue, those positives usually end up focusing on Runegate. nothing ever happens. I wouldn't say that. They did build a funny rocket. You gotta give it that. If Silent Sinner and Blue did anything, it created the SDM rocket. The stupidest fucking thing ever imaginable. But mad funny. It also has Remy's high chair. That's true. That is true. It does have Remy's high chair. It has Reisen. Which Reisen? Oh, you know. Reisen. They turn the library into a swimming pool. A beach. Ultimately, Silent Sinner and Blue was a waste of time. Because everything that happened did not matter. Because nothing about the lunar capital matters anymore. That's all. But yes, the fight... The fight scene... the fight scene on the moon against Yorihime, that is probably the most controversial moment in the entirety of Touhou written works. That might be changed depending on newer stuff, mind you, but the Yorihime fight, if you can call it that, is often cited as one of the worst pieces of Touhou fiction. Cited by who? Me. Often. That's who. No, but the issue really with the Yorihime fight is that it's not a good payoff. It's not a good payoff. Some people like to dismiss criticism of that fight as it wasn't a real fight. You're just mad Reimu lost. Blah, blah, blah. But it's... And it really is just a very bad climax. It's a really bad climax to the entire story. They work towards going to the moon. They go to the moon. They get their asses handed to them in seconds. And then the moon is just like, alright, now get lost. And then Yukari also has her little moment where Toyohime shows up and is like, I'm so strong. And Yukari's like, oh my, you are so strong. And Ron's like, the fuck? And they don't even fight. There's no fight there. There's just no fight. Nothing happens. That's the problem. These are manga with a good climax in general. I think Wildhorn Hermit and Silent Sinner and Blue had a great climax. Sorry, not Silent Sinner and Blue. I meant Forbidden Scrollery. Forbidden Scrollery's climax is great because it focuses on Kosuzu going a bit too far and how Reimu has to deal with a possible situation like that. Wildhorn Hermit is about Kasen and her arm. Reimu learning the truth and growing closer to Kasen as a result. Even Sengetsusei has good endings. Visionaries has a good ending with the big fairy scare. That's a pretty good ending. It is one of those endings that nothing was really dangerous, I guess, but like, I thought that ending was pretty good considering the usual feeling of that series, right? But the problem with Silent Sinner and Blue is that Remy shows up and is like, haha, I'm so strong and fast, and Yorihime's like, glurp, and just wins. And Sakuya can stop time, and she does it like once, and then Yorihime's like, oh, I now understand exactly how your power works and all of its weaknesses, and then she beats it instantly. And then Marisa fires her Danmaku, and fucking Yorihime takes a bite out of it. She eats the Danmaku, and she's like, tastes sweet. Like, I don't even know what you're supposed to take from that. You know what happened in that? Like, what am I supposed to take from that exactly? Because in that same chapter, when Marisa is firing off her Danmaku indiscriminately, the moon rabbits are getting hit by it, and they're taking shelter. They're like, that pain. Oh no, we're getting a hit. But Yorihime just grabs one out of the sky and eats it, and it's like, tastes like candy. But like, is that supposed to illustrate? What is that supposed to illustrate? Exactly. Okay, well that's certainly an interesting illustration. Okay. That's not what you were, okay. Thank you, Twisted, for the 100 gifted. You didn't have to do that. Mainly because I can't do anything with that. You know what I can do with that? I can go buy one Fumo. That's right. I'll buy one Fumo with that money. Welcome back. But You didn't have to drop 100 just to say hello, you know. There's no dono wall on this stream. Just in case you were unaware. There's no dono wall here. Come on now. Alright. What the fuck was I saying? Right. So, Yorihime literally eats Marisa's Danmaku. But the thing I don't really get is what that's supposed to represent. Is that supposed to showcase... Is that supposed to showcase that Yorihime is really strong? That she can eat Danmaku? I don't really get what the point of that exchange was. Because can't anybody just eat Danmaku at that point? Would you eat Danmaku? If it tastes like candy, but like, why the fuck would she eat Danmaku? Huh? She do something where she ate it? No, she just plucked it out of the sky and ate it. That's all she did. She just plucked it out of the sky and ate it. She didn't run for cover or anything. She just stood there. And then Reimu fought her, and Reimu was like, haha, now you have to force a draw, because I'll get my grimy fucking hands on you, and you'll be unpurified. And then they force a draw, but even though it's like a draw, Yorihime still wins. So, yeah, go fuck yourself, I guess. Goodbye. Thank you for the 100 gifted. I appreciate that. But again, I really can't do anything for you with that. So, you know, you could probably give it to a VTuber. You could probably give it to a VTuber and they go, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh my god, you're so great. And then they can cry about it. But I can't do that. I'm afraid I cannot give you the same emotional response that a fake anime girl can. You'll have to accept this fact. I can't do it! I can't do it! This is why I don't. This is why chat doesn't give me subs, because I can't react. I can't react the same way. I'm washed. I'm old. I'm bald. I'm not actually bald though. Headcanons that part of Silent Sinner are told by the moon rabbits and heavily exaggerated. You know, they actually are prone to gossip. They are prone to gossiping and exaggerating. I forget where that information comes from. I think it comes from one of Reisen's omakes, where they talk about how the moon's coming down to find them, and they like panic, and that starts the whole events of Touhou 8. But it's like they're just prone to over exaggeration, and they like to gossip. I can get behind that, but the thing is, the story in Runegate is told. The story of Silent Sinner Blue is told in Runegate from the perspective of different characters. So there is a chapter that's dedicated to the perspective of Reisen, but like most of it is from, you can see from other characters, and it lines up with the actual plot of it. So it is possible that the fight on the moon is exaggerated by the moon rabbits, but at the same time, you know, it's also just Silent Sinner in Blue. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird like that. Look, man, nobody said it was good. Actually, that's not true. As time goes on, the ones that are not regarded as popular become more beloved. This happens with a lot of things. Sonic games do this a lot. I'm sure you've noticed. Sonic games have this tendency to release games, have them be not very great, and after a couple years, they become misunderstood classics. That happens a lot. Silent Sinner and Blue did that for sure. But we're currently in an era of Lotus Eaters and CDS, which they have their fans. They have their fans. They do. It would be foolish to say they didn't. I only have my own personal opinion on them, and that is that CDS is very strange and kind of confusing at times, and Lotus Eaters is like the embodiment of nothing ever happens. You want to talk about nothing ever happens? Lotus Eaters is nothing ever happens, because nothing ever happens in that one, and that one's been going on for like 6 years or some shit at this point. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. But those two right now are kind of like they're not that great, but you know, maybe down the line people remember them a little more fondly. People remember them a little more fondly. Who knows? Well, yeah, the majority of Touhou is nothing ever happens, but Lotus Eaters in particular is very nothing ever happens. Because it feels like every time something does happen, it doesn't progress. And then nothing's actually done with that information. The biggest example would probably be when Miko got involved. Miko got involved and then, like, where's Miko? I don't know. What's Miko doing now? Who knows? Maybe she's back in a newer chapter I haven't read. Probably not. But Lotus Eaters, I'm not really sure. I feel like it's trying to build up to its climax now, but I never really got a grasp on its overarching plot or what it really wanted to be. And it's the kind of thing where when it just keeps going, it eventually reaches a point where it's like, well, how the fuck do I end this? What is even happening? And then we time skip and we end it. I've seen that before. You ever see that? You ever watch a show or read a series and it's just like you get to the last chapter and it's like 15 years later and it's just like an epilogue chapter and it's like, I guess we're done now. Sure, it's an ending, but like, okay. Time skip. No, that was Forbidden Scrollery. Forbidden Scrollery earlier on was just about different yokai and then Rainbow getting involved with them, which was cool because it worked out well with Kosuzu's interest in random yokai as well. And I like that kind of flavor episode of the week style to it. We got to see some different weird yokai in that series from Kosuzu's own natural curiosity, and Rainbow having to deal with the aftermath of it, which is great. Lotus Eaters is just 3 girls in a bar. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but usually just 3. Stupid fucker. Anyway, I've been staring at these two for a while now, so... Doremi. 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 Funny. Is Doremi meant to be such a funny character? I actually wonder about that. I don't think she is. You know what happened to her? She's funny. But you know why? Because of the fighting games. She's supposed to be like a serious type character. I assume anyway. But also not. Hard to pin her down. But when she turned into the Doremi mech, I was like, okay. That's something that a serious character does, right? Turns into a robot. Is she a robot? Are you a robot? Looks good. Sure does, YouTube comment. She had funny faces in Log K. No, she did. But remember, in 15.5, when she shows up, one of her attacks is a vacuum cleaner, a trumpet. She blows into a trumpet. She throws, like, pillows at you. She turns into the Doremi mech. You know, she's goofy. She's a goofy lass. But I don't know if she was intended to be that goofy. No, I will actually, considering these two are next to each other right now, I do get the chance to say that this right here is one of the most confusing ships I think I've ever seen. Because the character relationship here is virtually non-existent. But this is surprisingly one of the more plentiful ships with fan art, if you can believe it. But there is nothing here. Do you know how... Do you know what the interaction between these two characters is? Sagami shows up, tells Doremi about her plan, tells her to cooperate, and Doremi gets pissy about it, but she still kind of does it anyway. But then as soon as a human shows up and beats her, she sends him off to the lunar capital anyway because she wants to get back at Sagame for ordering her around. That's their relationship. That is the entirety of these characters' interaction. What did that result in? A surprisingly decent hit to the tag for these two characters together. I don't know why. I don't even know why. It's really weird. No, it's not even like hate stuff. That's the weird part. It's not even like hate stuff. It's just when people put these two characters together, it's pretty, I wouldn't say stereotypical, but it's pretty safe. It's pretty standard ship stuff, you know? It's pretty damn standard, but it's surprisingly popular. But when I looked into it for the shipping video, I just, I had nothing. I couldn't find any real info at all. I got nothing. That doesn't make any sense. Well, anyway, Doremi hot take. Doremi hot take is Oh. Do you know? Do you know? I don't know. What kind of hot take could you possibly have with this character? Huh? I got nothing. I just think she's funny. I just think she's funny. Sagame gets unnecessary hate. I'm not talking about Sagame. I'm talking about Doremi. Sagame gets hate because she's a Lunarian. Even though she's like the most not Lunarian in the series, she still catches some of that Lunarian flack. Is the outfit redesign thing a hot take? The outfit redesign is barely a change, to be honest with you. It just changes the top part of her dress to, like, not be part of the dress. Well. Sagame is the prettiest character in Touhou. What? What is this guy talking about? What is this guy talking about? That's the prettiest character? Miss Conan Bowtie never talks? Huh? That's her? This your girl? Really? Check his hard drive. Bro has never seen a Touhou game prior to 15. This is his first experience with Touhou as these two characters. Canonically, Kaguya is the prettiest. Not wrong. Not wrong. Actually not wrong. That is not even, that is just factually correct. Kaguya is the prettiest girl in the series. That's her whole shtick. That is her whole shtick. So you can't tell me that she's not because you don't think she is. It doesn't matter what you think. She's objectively the prettiest lady in the entire series. That's her. That's her, the prettiest lady on Earth. That's her. Technically, yes. Not technically, it's true. Glurp. She is the prettiest little lady in all of the seven celestial bodies. How many celestial bodies are there, streamer? I don't remember. I'm not gonna count either. I just kind of threw a number out there. All right. Okay, I actually don't have a good opinion on Doremi. The best I can give you is that I don't think any of her spell cards are fun. Like, at all. I especially hate the rainbow one that she uses in the extra stage. I fucking hate that spell card. I don't know why I can't dodge it. It's stupid. It's dumb and I hate it. Fuck it. Alright. Sagume. Sagumi. The only part about Sagume I actually like is when I get to say her name like she's a gummy bear. That's it. That's it. That's the only part of her that I like. I don't like Lunarians. This goes back to how I said she catches flack for being part Lunarian. Yeah. I don't like Lunarians. She doesn't speak. She doesn't do anything. But I like calling her Sagumi. So that's, there you go. That's the only part of the character I actually get any real enjoyment out of. Is when she shows up, I get to say her name like a dumbass. That's it. That's all I need. What about you? Yorihime and Keiki. Yorihime and Keiki. Okay. It's kind of easy, isn't it? Well, Yorihime is probably the worst character in the entire series. That much is for certain. That much is definitely for certain. No, there's just nothing good about this character. No, there's nothing good about this character. You know what my biggest issue with this character is? Oh, please, streamer, tell me your biggest issue with this character that you clearly have very positive opinions for. Okay. Let me tell you. One of my biggest issues with this character is that sometimes when you see her in fan stuff, they completely alter her personality to be more favorable. And it's just disingenuous. Now, obviously Lost Word is not really the pinnacle of characterization to look at for that, but it is an easy example because for whatever reason in a lot of the early events of that game, they really liked bringing the Lunarians in for one reason or another, but it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense for Yorihime to be a part of anything, but every time they brought her in, they adjusted her personality to be agreeable with the situation in a way that makes her seem more endearing than anything. But that is just not the character. That's not the character. It's not. So it's like, if you like this character because she's strong and cool and overpowered, that's fine. You can like this character for whatever reason you want. Just because I don't like the character doesn't mean you don't have to like, you have to, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is my stream. You're going to hear me talk about characters a lot, and when I get to a character I don't like, what do you think I'm going to talk about the things... What do you think I'm going to talk about, huh? You think I'm going to pretend to like her? No. I'm not. But it's weird to me that when people who do like the character try to include her in things, but they completely change the aspect that makes Yorihime Yorihime to make her seem more agreeable and more likable. But that's just not the same character at that point. That's a skin suit. You think Fantasy Maiden Wars did this too? No, actually, I think Fantasy Maiden Wars did a very good job with the characters. Fantasy Maiden Wars writing is top fucking notch. Fantasy Maiden Wars writes these characters similarly to Silent Sinner and Blue with the chapters, but the reason they get involved at all in the final arc is aside from because, you know, they want to let you play as the characters, is that they have the dream distortion is affecting the moon, so they're responsible for dealing with it. But they have moments where you see, like, Yorihime is not nice. She has a softer side with the rabbits, but she is quite strict and stern, but she's also reined in by being with Eren, right? Spending time with Eren, and she's trying to enjoy that aspect, but her character is preserved she's not, but the thing is, she's actively against you as an enemy in those chapters. But when she joins you, she's not an enemy anymore, so you get to see how she is where in the Silent Sinner and Blue chapters. When you see Yorihime in the chapters in Silent Sinner and Blue and she's not fighting, her personality is pretty straightforward. She is a very straightforward character, almost to a fault sometimes. But that's just how she is. And you can see that reflected well in Fantasy Maiden Wars, but she's also with Eren, right? And that's a very important person in her life. But she does kind of treat some of the members on board in a similar vein that she treats the Moon Rabbits. Not as stern, because they're not as direct under her direct control, but her personality stays pretty consistent. It's just when the, you know, when ally to enemy shifts, you get to see more of the less combat side. Toyohime is just kind of Toyohime no matter what. She just kind of does what she wants. But yeah, Yorihime I think is handled very well in Fantasy Maiden Wars with how she interacts with the characters both as an enemy, because she is very full of herself. She's very confident in herself. She does not like Lunarians. She doesn't like the Earthlings. Hell, Eren is also very fucking anti-Earthling for the majority of her chapter. But, like, she kind of gets over it to an extent. And obviously, Eren has a massive influence over the Watatskis. So, it's very believable that Eren's attitude towards others would directly affect their own attitudes. So, it works in that vein as well. Fantasy Maiden Wars is good. That's really the long and short of it, is that Fantasy Maiden Wars is a very good game that makes every character very, very well designed personality-wise. The character conflicts are very good. The animations for their attacks are very in character. Makes pretty much every character capable of being cool, unless it's like Lily, where Lily's not cool, she's just funny, right? Hina's funny as well, but Hina has some cool moves. Youmu, like every single attack Youmu does is cool by default. Reimu has, like, all of Reimu's attacks are cool. Marisa's attacks are really fucking cool. Like, there's a lot of really cool attacks. Sakuya's attacks are all really cool, too. So, like, the characters who are more mature have cooler attacks, and the goofier characters can have cool attacks, but, like, Rumia, for example, her best attack is just, you know, biting you. Either she runs up and bites you, or she just fucking football tackles you in a dark orb. And that's funny more than it is cool. It's still cool to an extent, but it's funny. Yorihime also has a very, very good theme in that game, too. Specifically, Yorihime's rendition. Toyohime's rendition isn't as good. But yeah, basically what I was saying with Yorihime is that fan works that include her, that try to wipe her personality in a way to make her seem like she's not as bad as she is, are kind of worse than if you just wrote the character as you would expect a Lunarian to be when she is on opposing sides. So she is mishandled greatly in a weird way. I think she's very mishandled in fan works, the few that she appears in most of the time, when she's not actively an enemy, because she's just kind of presented in a way that doesn't line up well with how she's been established on and off the battlefield. I don't get it. Anyway, Keiki. 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 Well, Keiki's final spell, I think, is one of the worst final, like, spells in Touhou in general. Idola Diabolus, I think that is a terrible spell card. Why? Because it is just a mess of bullets. It is a mess of bullets. Just a complete mess of bullets. And it feels like you're kind of just encouraged to run up and grab animal spirits and then die and then get more animal spirits. Because actually playing that spell card pushes you directly to the bottom of the screen under her, and the screenplay is the play area is very small. It's just kind of not that interesting, especially since a lot of her other spell cards are very thematic to shapes and shit. The ultimate way to do it is sit in the phases to time them down. Wait, can you time the red kunai down and end it like Subterranean Rose? I just kind of assumed if you time that one down, she just kind of starts activating the phases anyway. Most of the bosses do that. Just fixes the RNG, but it still progresses. Oh. Well, either way, I think it's impressive to watch somebody do it, but I just think it's a really weird spell card because it feels really messy. Because Keiki, even Keiki's nons are very unique. You know, she crafts bullets out of bullet types, right? And makes these weird big circle bullets with stars around them and a flare to them. But then her other spell cards, oh, tomorrow's weather in Washington is mostly sunny. That's great. That's fantastic. Thanks for the information. A lot of her spell cards are neat and they follow, like, you know, the shape, like the circular one, the square one. They're cool and they're pretty unique. But then the last one is just random bullshit go. And you get down a phase and it's random bullshit go with a new color. And it just kind of does that. So I don't think it's a very interesting spell card at all. But again, it is one of those spell cards that if you do it, it looks impressive. But I just don't think it's a very cool spell card. It really just, it seems like a pretty, not really anticlimactic finale, but it feels weird for a finale. Byakuren and Youmu. Okay. Did you know that Mario is Luigi's brother? Okay. Did you know that Byakuren looks like a pencil in 13.5? When she puts her hat on, she looks like a fat pencil. It's quite funny. Okay, so what's the easiest hot take here? Her biker outfit is one of the most unnecessary and completely uncharacteristic things I think I've ever seen applied to a Touhou character ever. Why the fuck does she have a tight leather onesie that is zipped all the way down to like her, like the fucking, her sternum? Why? Of all the characters, why the fuck would that be Byakuren? That's just not something that Byakuren would do. At all. Why does she do that? She does not need that. But streamer, I like it. I don't care if you like it. Why is Byakuren the one doing this? It makes no sense. I can't believe that shit flew. That is the most I think of characters ever shown in the entire series too. Is Byakuren's biker outfit. There's just no reason for it to be zipped that down, for far down. And it's really weird that it's Byakuren of all characters. Byakuren is a very modest lady. At least you'd assume, right? I guess it depends what doujins you're reading, but then that's your problem, not mine. That's not my problem. That's your problem. Glurp. Anyway, there's my take. That was an easy one. Youmu. I don't understand why Youmu has relevance to strawberries at all. Actually, I don't get that at all. Why is it that her theme is called Strawberry Crisis, and why did that decide? Why did that decide that everything related to Youmu at that point required some kind of strawberry motif? I don't get it. She fires crosses. Is Youmu cool? I think Yumemi is actually quite cool. I understand why she's so popular relative to PC98 fame, of course. She's also the least deserving of the ending of the entirety of Touhou, so that's kind of a shame. She's also like 19 years old, so, you know, that's cool. Is there a hot take to have for this character? The only hot take I have for this character is that the pre-battle theme is not qualifiable as music. That's it. The pre-battle theme to Yumemi's fight should not be qualified as music. It should be qualified as noise. Which, yes, music is noise, but music sounds good. The pre-battle music for Yumemi fight is not good. Play it, streamer. Nobody asked that. I'm not gonna play it, though. I'm not gonna play it because you don't want to hear it. It's just... and that's it. That's the loop. It does that. It does that. That's it. That's all it does. That's it. Isn't that great? But imagine it's a high-pitched, like, sound that a computer makes, not a jackass makes. That's the big difference. That's the big difference. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Go listen to it yourself. You'll know. Tsukasa and Kasume. Okay. The easiest one here. Not this scared. No, it's not. Okay, the easiest one here is that Tsukasa's middle bang is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen on a character in my entire life. It is comical how stupid it looks. It's just, the middle bang just goes all the way down her fucking face and then around her cheek. That is so dumb. That is so dumb. Why does it do that? That's terrible. Terrible decision. That's the kind of mistake you make when you, like, draw your first character ever. Alright? But that's not a real final character. That's true. It is. No, it's real. Everything I'm saying is correct. Everything I just said is incredibly correct. For the middle bang is dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. Kasume. Does anybody have any opinion of Kasume that even matters? At all? Like, any opinion at all? Can anybody even have an opinion of Kasume? My opinion of Kasume is that she is Kasume. She may actually be the most worthless character. Yeah. 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 She reminds me of Midori from Fire Emblem Fates. Small girl with the two pigtails. I actually like the idea of her design. She just doesn't do anything is all. There's just not much to her, really. There's not really anything to her. Yeah, I don't really. You know what though? Her fucking spell card is actually kind of obnoxious. I'll give you that, Kasume. Your fucking hardened lunatic spell card. I don't like that thing. It drops really wide bullets that I don't have confidence in dodging. Shoot anything after SA. She has an article partially related to her, but that's it. That's it. There's also, yeah, she does have a god rope that just hangs from the clouds. That's all. She has a rope that hangs from everywhere. Kasume is pretty solid in the puppet games, but she's also not that great. In the long run, I find she feels like one of those defensive puppets that is too passive, but I never really used one properly, so what do I know? Anyway, Kasume is a hard call, because there's just, you know. You can't say nothing about Texas. Ringo and Rumia. Oh. Ringo's an easy one, actually. Ringo's a very easy one. My opinion of Ringo is that the only fan of her that is actually good is the one that respects that her figure is nice. There you go. That's how I've chosen to word that. Unfortunately, most of the art you're gonna get of this character is not that, so, oh well. No, Youmu. No, I'm correct. I'm correct. I'm correct. Not only is it wrong and bad, but it's inconsiderate of the character. It's inconsiderate. She eats a lot, but she shows her midriff because she wants to show that even though she eats a lot, she maintains her figure really well. And what was the result of that? What did she get as a result of that? She got, oh, she eats a lot, so she must be massive. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Now, I'll give you this, though. That information I just said comes from Strange Creators, which is obviously well after LOL-K came out. So I'll give you that. There's dubiousness to its canonicity, but I'm pretty sure it's a Zung comment for that. If it's not the Zung comment, then I would call, you could call me out on that one. Dreamer's so mad about 5% of Ringo fan art. Bro, 5% is the amount of Ringo fan art that exists relative to Touhou Project. What do you mean? What are you talking about? She doesn't even get art anymore. But the only art that does exist is that. That's it. That's too high. Well, that is a lot. It is a lot. Okay, go look it up right now. Look it up right now. I don't care to look it up myself. Rumia! What is your hot take about Rumia, streamer? I don't have a hot take about Rumia. How could I possibly have a hot take about Rumia? Huh? There's no hot take to have here. I'm too biased for that. I am way too biased for that. I got nothing. You're gonna have to have your own opinions on that one, chat. You're gonna have your opinions on that one. I got nothing because I like this little dumbass. No, I think EX Rumia is cool. I think the EX Rumia idea is cool, and I think interpretations of EX Rumia are pretty much always cool. I like Osana Reimu. I think that take on Rumia is also really cool. I like all takes on Rumia. He's not even trying anymore. I'm gonna castrate you, okay? I'm gonna put your balls in a panini press, and then I'm going to press. And it's not gonna be pleasant, I imagine. I don't know. I don't know what a panini press actually looks like. I've never seen one. I'm gonna put my finger in your mouth. He's got content. Chat, why are we only at 6%? What happened? No, I really don't have anything to say about Rumia in particular. I actually like pretty much every interpretation possible for Rumia. My favorite Rumia, though, is the one who is... what's the best way to say it? I guess it's like Flandre. The... not misguided innocence. It's not like she's misguided, but there's a level of innocence to her that when there's a level of innocence to her that she doesn't really understand, like, morals or ethics. Kind of like Flandre in to a sense, but not as strong as Flandre. But yeah, that's my favorite Rumia. Or like 50% or something. See, I don't remember. Because there's like over 100 total characters, and we've been through 84. 84. Rumiya did try to eat everything, yes. She did try to eat everything. That was funny. I like the doujin I read where Rumiya buys a tent with a suspicious amount of money she found in a briefcase. Very good doujin, by the way. Where'd she get that money? I don't know. Eika and Mioi. Okay. So, Eika is the kind of character that I don't think she shouldn't exist, but I think the fact that she does exist is more tragic than if she just didn't exist at all. I don't remember who made that doujin, but it was very good. It was a very good doujin. I like that one a lot. I just think that Eika is like a really depressing character, but Zung kind of tried to shake that off by being like, oh no, like the other dead babies on the Sanzu riverbank are like they look up to her like an idol, and she's, you know, she's having a good time and she likes stacking stones, but like she's a character that exists based on the idea that you died early, you punished by stacking stones forever. It's like, no, she enjoys it. I don't care if you say she enjoys it. Her existence is pitiable and her popularity is non-existent. Everything about her is sad and uncomfortable. So it'd be better if she just didn't exist. Yeah, that's the problem, right? She just makes me feel uncomfortable. Because she's like a stillborn baby. She's dead. She's a dead baby. And she's just doomed to just constantly stack rocks forever. And it's like, what do you do with this character? Nothing. You can't do anything with this character. All you can do is feel bad for her. That's it. That's all I do. All I do is feel bad. I would rather she didn't exist, or if she did exist, her story wasn't that, you know? It's just sad. Alright, well then we have Mioi. So, Mioi is a character that I think probably would be better if she didn't exist. No, you can't pull that twice, streamer. Well, hear me out, brother. Hear me out. You know what made this character even remotely popular? Number 1, she had a big stupid whale hat on her head. Number 2, she had a funny pose that she did in the early chapters. Number 3, people decided that she had whale tits. Alright? This is it. This is the character. These are 3 components that gave her some sticking power in her early days. A stupid hat, a stupid pose, and big boobs. And that was it. That's all she needed. And what has she done since that? I don't know. Has she developed any form of character at all since then? I'm just, you know, I'm wondering. I'm just wondering. All I know about her is that she makes people drink, and then she watches them have nightmares, but she doesn't even look like she's enjoying it. But then she doesn't do that sometimes. But then she also gets help from people that she's like given nightmares to. And then she's like nice and courteous, but then she's also kind of mean. And then I don't even know what she's doing anymore. That Kaneko chapter sucked. That Kaneko chapter sucked. Just saying. The Kaneko chapter, Kaneko goes there, has alcohol, and is like, this shit ain't Gucci. And Mioi is like, what? Fuck you, I'll show you some good alcohol. And then she gets some good alcohol, and then she has Kaneko try it at like a Hakare banquet or festival or whatever. And Kaneko's like, damn, wait, that's actually pretty good. I apologize. And she's like, damn, Skippy. All right, now let's give her nightmares anyway. And then she giggles to herself in the bar about Kaneko having nightmares now. It's like, why'd you do that? I don't even know why you did that. There was no reason for her to do that. That doesn't even make sense to her character. At least, I didn't think it did. But what do I know? Nobody knows her fucking character. Like, Kaneko is like, alright, you got me. I apologize. And Miyoi is like, damn straight. And then Miyoi still decided to give her nightmares anyway. Why? Because she knew she wouldn't get caught. That's probably why. But it was just unnecessary. I didn't think it was funny. I didn't think it was justified. Kaneko fucking apologized. Was straight up like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I was wrong. You think Kaneko, proud ass fucking lady like her, apologizes lightly? No. Hell no. But she did. She was wrong, and she took it like a champ. Took it to the chin. But Miyoi was still petty about it. And there was no follow-up after that. It was just, haha, she got nightmares now, bitch. It's like, okay. Okay. Did she not apologize? I thought she apologized. I still don't think she deserved the nightmare, though. That nightmare bit was just unnecessary. Also, she hadn't been doing that for a while. In fact, I don't really know how often she does it at all. It was kind of a big thing in the early bit of Lotus Eaters, because it was like, they keep drinking and having nightmares, and they don't know what's causing it, but then, like, what do you even take it from that point? Anyway, point is, Miyoi is a character I don't fully understand, and I don't think I ever will, but, the sticking power comes from the few flavors that she brought to the table. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Tai. Wait, chat, we definitely saw Sakuya before, right? We definitely saw Sakuya. I remember Sakuya was the first one. So, for some reason, this Tai has activated this, so that's alright. That's alright. Just remember who I've done and who I haven't. Did we do Takane? Yeah, Sakuya was the one I started with. I don't remember if I did Takane, but if I didn't, then I can say this pretty easily. I don't understand why Takane is so unpopular. I have no sweet clue why Takane is 6th from the bottom on the popularity poll. I did cover Takane? Did I? That's weird. I know I haven't seen Patchouli. I know I haven't seen like Patchouli. So but I've seen at least Sakuya. Did I? Well, either way, I can just do a refresher anyway with that. But yeah, Takane, I don't understand her lack of popularity at all. I don't get it. She has an easy in relationship with Nitori. She's a Yamawaro, a whole branch of Kappa. She's a representative of them. She specializes in different type of gear than Nitori does. But then you look at her popularity, and it's about as bad as the characters that you've come to expect to be unpopular, and I don't know why. And when I say that, I mean all the characters in the bottom end of the Touhou popularity polls are old people and Eika. Eika's a standout exception, but it's because she's just uncomfortable, and you can't do anything with her. But all the other ones, Misamaru, Sanyu, Nemuno, these are just, they're all old. They're all old. But Takane is not old. Takane is perfectly reasonable character, but she's really, really unpopular, and I don't know why. Alright, there you go. Okay, chat, does anybody remember if I got these two before? I feel like I did. I feel like I got Merlin. I'm pretty sure I got Merlin before. This is what I didn't expect the ties to like do this. So shit. Did I talk about Kane? I might have talked about Kane before. Huh. Neither happened last stream. Okay. Okay. Well, Kane actually doubles back to Akyuu. I think that Kane is actually a very interesting character. One who has potential to, like, actually do things that are interesting. The Where Hakutaku stuff is cool as well. But her role is completely taken over by Akyuu. And she is probably the most underused character in the entire series. Relative to actually having something she can reasonably do. So Kane is just not used when she really should be, because her ability and her transformation aspect is all really cool and actually relevant to stuff. but instead she kind of doesn't do anything at all. She gets sidelined for Akyuu. And again, I like Akyuu, but Kane is really cool. Is that a hot take? Well, maybe not. I think her hat is stupid. Okay, actually, I guess if I was gonna give you a hot take, probably her boobs. I know that sounds kind of weird to just say it like that, but like, Tall 8 Kane is like, you know, but then she, because of the Hakutaku form, she gained some kind of synonymity. That's a word, I made it up. Synonymity with cows, which resulted in a big chest. But like, her collarbone area is so exposed in IN, and there's not nary even a line. There's nothing going on there. But fans were just like, no, she's got the big ones. It's like, okay. Does that mean she should be flat? Not really, but I do think it's kind of like, I don't know, like, okay, sure. Maybe it'd be better if that didn't happen. And I know that's a hot take because I just said that we should reduce the big teacher lady's boob size. That is definitely a hot take in the grand scheme of things. Alright, Merlin. What is my Merlin opinion? My Merlin opinion is that her name bothers me in the sense that it doesn't start with an L. And that actually kind of annoys me. Just a bit, though. Not a lot, but a bit. We have Lunasa, Lyrica, Layla, and then we have Merlin. Now, granted, she does have the second syllable of her name, which is Lin. So, you know, she could, if you call her by a nickname, you can call her Lin Prism River. So it would be LP in that regard. But no, her name is Merlin. She's also very bright pink. She's like an outlier, I suppose. She's an outlier. She's very vibrant, colorful, and upbeat. And then her sister is Gloomy Gus. And then Lyrica is not really a Gloomy Gus, but Lyrica is definitely not Merlin, right? Merlin. Her name is Melon. She is Melon. She also has some of the most obnoxious bullet gimmicks in the entire series. Her stupid windy ghost is terrible. I hate the stupid windy ghost, and I'm so glad that I never have to fight it because I don't play Sakuya, and I know how to shoot down not Merlin. Because I play Reimu, and Merlin goes on the left side of the screen with the first spell card, so I never have to shoot her down. I don't like surprises. Merlin's not my favorite. Lunasa's my favorite, but Merlin is second favorite. She's pretty great. Dude. Flan and Aiki. Chat, I know I did Flan. I know I did Flan. Did I do Aiki? I don't remember talking about Aiki. Dude, I think Lunasa has some of the weirdest spell cards. I don't know how to do them. Reimu has to fight Lunasa for the first round, but you just force the Lyrica fight. No. Okay. What is my Aiki opinion? I guess my Aiki opinion is that I actually think my favorite Aiki interpretation is the one that's closest to canon and farthest from fanon. So she has a reputation of being, you know, naggy, and she yaps and she tells you what's wrong with you. But what I really like about that is she kind of opens up a character. She opens up a character in a way that you could to view them, and I like that a lot in Touhou 9. And Fantasy Maiden Wars does a very good job with it as well. with her engaging with other characters and kind of explaining, not exploiting, but like explaining kind of their shortcomings as characters. And I like it because it lets you kind of explore and poke at the negative aspects of a character that are considered endearing for a lot of people, but could actively cause hindrance down the line to them. And Aiki does a good job for that. The Aiki I don't like is the one who just complains about Komachi's boobs being bigger than hers, because that completely undermines the serious nature of her role, whereas the serious nature of her role is a very interesting look into other characters. Zun said in an interview, I believe, that Aiki was fun to write because he could pretty much just complain about his characters through her dialogue. And I like that idea. Because like I said, we see a lot of character flaws for characters we like as endearing character traits, right? Like, aha, they're like this, that's fine, whatever. But Aiki sees those character flaws as actual flaws to the person and explains the shortcomings that comes from that and the dangers of continuing that way further in life. She actively points out these funny little shortcomings that we see and treats them like real issues. And I like that because fans don't really do that a lot, you know? Like Sakuya, for Sakuya's, for example, Aiki gets on her about never interacting with humans, being cold towards humans, and only interacting with the devils, like all the yokai in the mansion. But it's like, when we think about Sakuya in a vacuum, we're just like, oh, she's a single human. She's a human who works for Remy, and she doesn't really like humans. And it's like, that's just kind of what we see her as. But Aiki sees beyond that, and sees it in the grand scheme of Sakuya as a person, her whole life, like in universe. And that's interesting. Another whispered oracles, but it's just Aiki's thoughts on the characters. Actually, yes. I actually agree wholeheartedly with that. Having an entire book series dedicated to just Aiki explaining a character's shortcomings and what they can do to kind of reflect on it, I think is pretty cool. I forget what one it was. I don't remember, but there's definitely good ones for like when Aiki interacts with other people. And the thing is that she's very, what's interesting about Aiki is that she's very like right about it. Like, you notice in almost every single dialogue, Aiki has the end of stage 5. As soon as she does her little, she does her like, you're a little too X, the character she's talking to shuts up because they're aware of it. They are aware of it, and Aiki is just kind of dragging it out onto in front of them. But there are a few characters who don't do that. Komachi's one, because it's Komachi, but I believe the other one is Reisen. If I remember correctly, when Aiki starts talking about Reisen's past, about being a deserter of the moon, Reisen does kind of like, she not really like heated, but I feel like Zun's art doesn't really do it justice. But when Aiki starts talking about that, you can definitely see some, like the way Reisen kind of reacts to the information, that she is really bothered by it. She is really bothered by it, and Aiki's pulling it out there, and we see it in fan works too, where this the idea of her being a deserter is played up in a characterization type of way. But Aiki's really good at just kind of looking at these things and talking about them. These are like hidden things that characters don't openly discuss that are pivotal to them as characters, but we'd only ever hear about it from a Zun explanation. But Aiki is here in universe, forcing them to confront these shortcomings of them, and that's what makes Aiki really cool. I don't really care about Aiki's design personally. I don't care much for that, but what she is capable of doing in Touhou is something that I think is very, very good for character development, or even just learning about characters in general. So if we got a whole book dedicated to her nitpicking shortcomings of characters, that would be great. I would love that. I think that would be great. I think we would enjoy that. I think I would enjoy that immensely. But yes, the fanon version of Aiki is usually not very interesting at all. Not always. I like the ones where she's just kind of like doing her job. But usually it's the comedic ones that just kind of forget what the character is to a degree that is more just eye-rolling than anything. Rikako and Patchy. I know I didn't do Patchy. Did I do Rikako, chat? Did I do Rikako? I'm pretty sure I did. I seem to recall her coming up before. I don't think so. Really? No, I don't remember. Well, I guess if you want to talk about pointless characters, here's your most pointless character relative to their position in a game. Rikako is the most underutilized and underexplored extra stage boss in the entire series. That's for sure. It's pretty impressive. But man, she's just kind of there to be an extra stage boss, it feels like. It's actually quite unfortunate. I think she's very well designed. I think she's very cool. However, I think some of her spell cards are dog shit. Her 4th spell card is one of the worst spell cards in the entire series. Why? Because the entire spell card is a single wave of bullets violently shaking the screen and then telling you to figure out where to go from that. And then as soon as you get through the first one, the second one is already going, and then the screen shakes again. And that's the whole spell card. That is a terrible, terrible spell card. That one gives me a headache. It makes my eyes hurt. It makes my head hurt. Because I just watch the screen go blah, 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 all over the fucking place. Her outfit is great. I like her little foot pedal, too. She's got a little drumstick attached to the heel of her boot. She kicks the big drum under her. Her explanation as to how she's even alive right now is vague. Annoyingly so. But she looks cool. So really, I don't have a problem with this character. I wish I knew more about the character so that I could actually have a problem with her. Because then maybe I would know more about her and I can be like, I don't like that. But I don't got that. I don't got that at all. Nobody does. Her omake is vague. Her appearances are extremely limited. She's just kind of like, you know? She's just kind of limited. Anyway. Patchy. Patchy's kind of mean. Sometimes. She's kind of mean. Now let me tell you, the part of Patchy that makes no sense to me is with her figure. She's very confusing in that regard. What does she do all day? She reads books. That's it. Patchy reads books all day. She drinks tea and she reads books. So what does she look like under her big pajamas? Oh, you know, she's got a supermodel figure, or she's 250 pounds. Like, no? Neither of these are correct. Neither of these should be correct. I don't even understand that. She actively starves herself. She is actively starving herself. And you're telling me she's got mega milk? That's just not true. But why her? Why is it only her? I don't understand why it's only her. There are other, like, reclusive characters in the series, but it's only Patchy who just gets this, like, treatment. It makes no sense. Oh, she's gloomy and she reads all day. She must be massive. Like, no. If anything, you can see if she is without clothes, you would see her rib cage. She would be very dangerously lightweight. Oh, she would be dangerously lightweight. Why did Lost Word give her a butt? That doesn't make any sense either. Why not? Because the cloth is so far up her ass that you can see the entire shape of the crack. You want to talk about fucking baggy clothes? But then she has, you know, she's vacuum packed, can of tuna. I don't get it, man. It's just, like, there are other characters in the series who don't do much. But Patchy being massive or being a supermodel, neither of those make sense. Obviously, I'm in the line of, if she looks like a supermodel, whatever. Because that's appealing to me, but it's just weird to me in general that the one body type you could actually expect this character to have is one that it's like more like Shion build, you know? It's more like she should have a build closer to Shion, but not quite like Shion because obviously she lives in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Duh. But like, there's no way that she doesn't actively skip meals or the majority of her food is just what she drinks. Is also the fact that she deals with magical elements that cause her body to weaken. We already know that. We heard that from Marisa. With arsenic, the material that is used, the magicians use, and it's very dangerous because even with proper precautions, a little bit still gets through every time. And Patchy's been around for a long time, so her body is, like, this is what causes her physical anemia, is buildup of arsenic, most likely. So her body should be pretty frail. Seems magicians don't really have to eat. But anyway, yeah. Basically, Patchy should have more fat on her than Shion, but not much fat at all past that. She should look very ill under the robes. Is that gonna stop me? No. Is it gonna stop you? No. But that's just how it'd be. Okay, I know I talked about Junko. Did I talk about Shinki? Did I talk about Shinki? Please respond. Please respond. No? Is it even possible to have a hot take for Shinki? Is there even a possible hot take to have? I love Shinki. I love Shinki. She's great. Okay, here's my not so hot take, but is maybe a hot take. I hope Shinki never comes back to modern Touhou because I don't want to see what Zun does to her. I'm okay with Shinki being trapped in PC 98 forever if it means Zun doesn't get to characterize her. She should make fewer blondes. You watch your fucking mouth. you watch your fucking mouth. Don't be dissing the blonde and the beautiful. They should all look like... You know what? Maybe they should all look like Shinki. You know? Maybe they should look a little more like Shinki. And I think I can help with that. I think I have a solution to that problem, boys. I think we got it. I happen to be a master at creation, as it happens. What is he saying? What is he saying? You ever work with clay? With, like, you know, white clay? I wasn't very good at it, but, you know, I had it. It's a draw. Eren and Mizuchi. Did I talk about these two? Did I talk about these two? I'm pretty sure I talked about Eren. I don't remember. Not Mizuchi. Oh, well, Mizuchi's a pretty easy one. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be a hot take, but it's just, like, Mizuchi is not interesting at all, in fact. And even less so now that her backstory has kind of been given. In fact, her backstory just made all of the shit she's doing even more confusing and more stupid. Like, she's dumb. She's really, really dumb. And now she's even more dumb. I'm gonna tell you the story. Once you hear the story, you won't root for that shrine maiden over there. Alright, here's my story. I used to work for the shrine maidens, and then yokai happened, and then I became yokai, and then they killed me. Can you believe that shit? Can you believe the Hatate shrine maiden would do that to me? I can't believe that. Like, bruh? What do you mean? Everything you just said makes perfect sense to me. You got waxed. You simply got waxed. You're like, how could this happen to me? This is unrighteous. This is unjust. Okay. No, I thought CDS should be over. CDS should have one more chapter that's like an epilogue. It needs one more chapter that's an epilogue where Mizuchi goes back to gay baby jail and Reimu's like, haha, that sure was a Touhou project incident. Cheating detective Satori? And Satori says, you betcha, Reimu. And then that's it. That's it. That's it. That's all it needs. How is it not ending? Wait, really? What? Her argument is Hakure's shrine maid enables yokai and she does. Yeah, but this isn't the same person. Reimu has nothing to do with that. She's unfairly taking her anger out on Reimu because she got pile-drivered by a different Miko who had different standards back then. Things change. And then she's like, Reimu, I fucking hate you, you bitch. What happened to me was unjust. Like, didn't you die? Like, God, when did you die? I don't even know when you fucking died. We're starting a 13 arc with the next issue. You're joking, right? You're joking, right? Are you serious? Wait, how does that but how does that work? We already had the climax. What how can there be more? Mizuchi's done. She's going back to jail. Or are you telling me that she's gonna be allowed to roam Gensokyo and be like, you know what? Gensokyo is pretty cool. I am no longer angry, and then she'll be a new friend to add to the cast of lovable Touhou characters in 2027. Is that what it is? The current mangas will never end. You know why they'll never end? Because we probably won't get another one after them. At this point, they're gonna continue just forever, because there just won't be anything after that. There's nothing left in the tank. We're just gonna drive this story to the fucking ground. The latest chapter explains it. Wait, was there a new chapter? Oh no. Oh no, I didn't know there was a new chapter. I don't keep up with it. The last chapter I read was when Reimu said she was gonna kill her. Reimu was gonna fucking kill her, and she was like, gulp. And then Reimu winked at cheating detective Satori, and that was the end of the chapter. Yes, vengeful spirits are very dangerous to yokai. Also, vengeful spirits who give up their grudges achieve nirvana, and they move on. So, a vengeful spirit will cease to exist once they let go of their grudge. Tojiko's kind of weird, but she's more of a ghost than a vengeful spirit. But, yeah, vengeful spirits are scary because when they possess people, they kind of change their personality. They warp them a bit mentally. And when it comes to humans, they possess humans, they add negative traits. But when they possess yokai and add negative traits, they're essentially replacing the yokai itself. Because the yokai is just purely mental energy. A yokai sense of self is purely in its mental. And if Vengeful Spirit changes that, they cease to be who they were in every sense of the word. So that's why Vengeful Spirits are so scary to yokai. It simply changes their very nature, whereas for humans, it just kind of adds cranky to the list of things about them. I don't mind it. I mind it because it feels like it should have ended. It feels like it should have ended. If it's starting a new arc, sure, but why is it still cheating Detective Satori when there's no longer any Detective Satoriing going on? Right? There's no longer a need for the good old detective. So it's just flying the banner, but it's not a completely different fucking story at that point. Alright, whatever. Chat, did I talk about these two? Did I talk about Hoshiguma, Yugi, and Mugetsu? Oh, I definitely talked about Yugi because you guys didn't like my opinion on that one. Did I talk about Mugetsu? Did I even have anything to say about Mugetsu? Does anyone even care about Mugetsu? Huh? Do you even care about Mugetsu? I hope you guys are making a list because we're gonna have to do this again. We're gonna have to do this again, and I'm gonna have to remember every character I did. The new ones will always be on the right if left is current. Oh, that's okay. That's convenient to know. Okay, my opinion of Mugetsu is she's the most unassuming character in the entire series. You think Yatsuhashi looks like a generic nobody? Mugetsu is straight up just a generic nobody. Mugetsu looks like 3 other characters. She has no defining physical aspect to her at all that differentiates her from like 3 other characters. She's extremely boring. Even her personality isn't anything. There's nothing unique about her. Nothing. There's nothing. She just looks disinterested, and she's blonde, short hair. That's it. Shingyoku male. I don't remember talking about that guy. But what the fuck could I even say about that guy? I don't care about that dude. He ain't shit. Kokoro. I don't remember talking about Kokoro. Kokoro's great. I think Kokoro is great. I think the worst thing about Kokoro's character is probably her dress. Not because it looks stupid, but because it just randomly has a bunch of slits in it that people have taken advantage of. The Kokoro test, as we know it. Let me tell you, chat, sometimes I've seen art where the dress may as well be torn fabric with how much is revealed through it from those faces. But sometimes I see art where the faces are filled in black, like they're part of the dress, and that's fine. It's a good way to determine. It's a good way to determine. Basically, it ranges from this. If the artist draws the dress, and the slits in it are just obscure, like it's part of the dress, safe. If the artist doesn't draw the dress, that's a pretty good sign that they probably draw a lot of, you know, high rated work. And then where you go in between is based on how much leg you can see from the faces on the dress. That's the range. From completely covered to not even wearing it. And then everything in between is just the slider to increase the size of the faces. That's the test. This is a really good metric for testing things. I recommend you try it. I'd try it right now, but I'm worried about the results. Anyway, trust me on this. If you look at any random piece of Kokoro art, unfiltered, and you see it and you go, this is probably drawn by a not safe for work artist, and you check their other work and you see that, you'll be like, okay, yep, how did I know that? Because there is like 80% of her leg poking through the dress. It's like 90% accurate. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Remy and Shimmy. Okay. Remy I definitely talked about. Shimmy I did not. I don't like Shimmy. Actually. I don't like Shin Myomaru. I think she's kind of annoying. Personally. I was surprised to see her popularity relative to Seiya is actually really, really different. But no, I just don't like her. I think her personality is kind of nasty, and her role in the fighting games is also kind of shitty. I don't think it's very good. Genuinely not a very likable character. But she does have like some of the coolest set pieces for art, because you can put her, you know, she's small, so you can put her in a cool set piece on like a blade of grass and like really zoom in to what's going on in the grass, right? So she has really cool scenic pieces possible like that. The problem is that she's not very interesting. She's also feels kind of inconsistent. She feels kind of inconsistent to me. Where I don't know how she was prior to 14, but then she shows up, she just believes everything Seiya says, and then she tries to convince Seiya to give herself up. And then in fucking Grimoire Busami, she's like, actually, and then she's the one who makes the plot to do the bullshit in that with Seiya. It's like I know she probably switched with her dream self at some point, according to 15.5, which is really weird to think about. I don't really get it, but I don't know, man. I just feel like this character is more obnoxious than anything, which is really a shame because he's very unique and has a lot of unique aspects that can be done, but she's just kind of like annoying. She's just kind of annoying. I agree, streamer. Thank you, chat member who isn't real. Thank you for agreeing with me. Oh. I have a hot take on her. Chat. Did I do either of these characters? I think I did at least one of them, right? I'm pretty sure I did at least one of them, right? 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 Help! Help! Neither. Really? Neither. That's impressive. Okay. What is my clown piece hot take? My clown piece hot take? She was probably the only good thing to come out of Law K. Granted, Hikatia kind of needs to exist for her to work properly, but Visionaries is great. But the rest of Law K's cast, you can kind of, you know. And I like Doremi. I like Doremi. I do. I do like Doremi. I think Doremi's pretty great. But Law K itself is poopy butt. And Clown Piece is pretty much the only thing to come from it that was really worth the hassle. Ringo and Seiden are irrelevant. Sagame is not allowed to do anything. Junko got told to never appear again. And then Hikatia is just an awful fight. Oh my god, what a horrendous fight that thing is. And she also doesn't do a lot. It's not necessarily as unpresent as Junko, mind you, but you know. But Clown is easily the most popular character to come from it. It's the only reason why Log K's existence is justified in the long run. Without Clown, who cared? Who cared? Minariko. I don't actually believe Minariko has 2 left feet. But it's funnier to assume that she does. But I don't really believe she does, because that would make her a freak. But it's funny to think that she does. That's all. I just think it's funny to think that she does, but I don't actually, I don't actually believe she does. That was just a slight issue on old Zun's part. That's all. She uses those feet to stomp in your fields if you disrespect her. Isn't that great? I don't really have anything negative to say about her. She's perfectly fine. She's a perfectly fine and reasonable character. I don't really like how one of their defining character traits for the Aki sisters in general is just them wanting to be more popular. Focusing on what they want instead of what they got. I like these characters' designs. I think they could do more than just be a gimmick like that, Okay, I'm pretty sure I did Nue. And I don't remember if I did Kassen. I'm pretty sure I didn't do Kassen. Oh yeah, I've mixed up. I've done that before too. I've given I've given some of my drawings 2 right hands or 2 left hands before. It's an easy thing to fuck up. It is an easy thing to fuck up. It is. Especially when you have palm side and back side going on. You're not emphasizing it correctly. It makes it even weirder. Kassen. My Kassen hot take. It's not really a hot take. Kassen is kind of an awkwardly... okay. Kassen is a good example why the written works characters should stay in the written works like intended. So, what I mean by that is originally the whole purpose of the written works was to add to the lore of Touhou in a way that couldn't be done in the games, as a way for people who are interested in the story to learn more about it. And that's why the characters who usually star in these side works are characters who can't appear in games due to various reasons. Either they're non-combatants or they're too strong. Kassen is definitely a character who can appear, and that's actually what she did. In fact, she had a number of appearances that were kind of confusing. Now, Renosuke is kind of confusing, sort of, but not really, because Renosuke makes other appearances in other works as well, and so does Akyuu, right? These characters make their appearances, but they're usually explained ahead of time, so it's not random. Mayashiro Kassen is at first, okay, so obviously she's the star of Wildhorn Hermit, right? Wildhorn Hermit had a very long runtime. The last 2 chapters of Oriental Sacred Place, or I guess the second last chapter and the third last chapter, Kassen just appears. Kassen's just at the shrine, the fairies go, Kassen's there. And they're like, oh, hello, Kassen, and Kassen just, everybody knows Kassen. Everybody knows Kassen at this point. But me, who's reading these chronologically, hasn't started Wildhorn Hermit, I have no fucking idea who Casson is. There's just this new character in front of me, and everyone at the scene is just like, oh yeah, that's Casson. You know, that's just Casson. So that's one thing. That's just one chapter, whatever. But then she also appears in the fighting games in Urban Legend and Limbo. And again, this is a character that if you only play the games, you have never seen this character before. You see this character, oh, is this the new character in the game? Is this the, like, because you know at this point, if you're going in the games in chronological order, you're aware that the fighting games add new characters, right? Suika, Tenchi, Iku, Kokoro, these are all boss type characters, right? But then you get to 14.5 and Casson is just kind of here, and it's like, oh, is this the boss character of the game? That can't be right. They're like unlocked right away. But they're with Reimu, so they're probably significant to that regard, right? And then you play her, or you pick someone, and then everybody just kind of knows who she is. And it's like, I don't know who you are. Who are you? You weren't introduced in this game. You were introduced in a written work. You were introduced in a written work. You were, I didn't read that yet. I don't know who you are, but everybody in the game just kind of knows who she is. And she's like pretty plot relevant too. And of course she comes back in 15.5 with a terrible theme, mind you. Her theme is awful. I think her theme is terrible. But unless you were like, unless you read Wildhorn Hermit or know anything about Wildhorn Hermit, Casson just kind of fucking appears. And it's just like, who are you? And that, to me, is a good example as to why the written work characters shouldn't just randomly appear in a game. Because Casson is in this game and just, the player is just kind of expected to know who she is. And just be like, oh, I know that character. Because no one introduces her or really explains her. They just kind of talk to her like she's always been there. She's always been around. But she wasn't in any other game. So that's her biggest shortcoming. And you notice that that doesn't happen with any other character ever again. But the main reason for that is mostly because Casson is the only one of these characters from the written works, minus I guess, that is reasonable a character in the scheme of a fighting of a main game. Akyuu, Kosuzu, Renosuke are non-combatants. Yorihime, Toyohime are way too powerful, according to Zun. Rei-sun is stuck on the moon. Mizuchi, who cares? Mioi is also basically a non-combatant, right? So, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that Casson should not have been in the newer fighting games. She should not have been a part of it, and if they were going to include her, they probably should have did a little more to explain her by having her kind of like appear as a sort of pseudo first appearance type of deal. Because as she is, she's a completely new character that you're just supposed to kind of know, and it feels very strange. It feels very strange. I wonder why he did that for that anyway. It was only Casson though. Only Casson. How many more times you gotta say Casson? Okay. Did I talk about Mr. Fortune? Did I talk about Kongara? I don't remember. Well, I don't think the fortune teller should be dead. I don't think he should be dead, but he's definitely not a stand-up guy. That's all. He's not a stand-up guy. He did some bad things. That's why he's like that. But there's not much to talk about anyway. Kongara, I think that her lack of legs makes her look kind of stupid. Poisonally. I think her having no legs makes her look really dumb. Otherwise, there's nothing else to say about the character. Luis and Chiari. Okay, I'm pretty sure I talked about Luis, right? I'm pretty sure I talked about Luis. I know I didn't talk about Chiari. Chiari is very easy, though. Chiari is about as attractive as a meth head. There is nothing you can do with this character to make them attractive. They will always be about as attractive as a drug addict. Well, that's rude. No, it's true. It's simply true. The only thing people can do to make this character more attractive is to put an air pump into her chest. And that's it. That's all they can do. The only thing they can do to make this character more attractive is to make her boobs bigger. No, doesn't work. No, 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 no. She's cute, a little silly. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. She has the physical attraction level of a drug addict. She is unkempt. She is stinky. She is weirdly obsessed with blood. She's a goober. No, she's not. She's not a goober. She is... You are going to the laundromat at 1 a.m. because you have lost control of your life, and she is there between the machines. That is what she's doing. She's not doing laundry, though. That's what she's there. She gave Yuma a friend. Dude, Flandre was Yuma's friend. For some reason. But I don't know why that one happened either. But that 17.5 did do that. Yuma and Flan were paired for a while for that. People see Neat and can't see anything else. They just think she's just like me for real, for real. Do you think people like Chiari because they see themselves in her? Do you think that? I don't want to think that because the way I see Chiari, that can't be a positive thing. That just cannot be a positive thing at all. If I'm looking at Chiari and you're thinking, damn, she's just like me, that's not good. There's gotta be someone who's that far gone. Yeah, maybe. Didn't you say that? When did I say that? Did I say that? Well, if I did or if I didn't, I'm saying it now. But it's true. This woman is unhygienic, gross, weird, poorly dressed, and stinky. And if you see that and you're like, damn, that is so me, then you gotta go take a shower. Right now. Please. For the betterment of all mankind. Please put your head under hot water and get a bar of soap. Please. I beg. Hangs out in some blood. She's stinkier than Yuma now, huh? What? What do you mean? She carries that blood in syringes on her leg. You think that shit doesn't just leak out? You think her fucking... You think her pants aren't just like coated in dry blood? Yuma hangs out in the same blood. Yuma doesn't live down there, bozo! You're forgetting what demographic Touhou attracts. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. She goes to the laundromat. You said so. I also said in that same sentence that she doesn't go there to do laundry. Were you even listening to me? Do you only hear the parts that conform to your opinion and then you disregard everything else that I say just because at that point it makes you sound like it makes it sound like I'm agreeing with you. He's biased. No, I'm based. That's B-A-S-E-T. D. Based. Bassett. You can shake your head if you want, but you know it's true. You know it's true. You know it's true. You just can't expect me to look at this character and be like, man, she's as cute and as goober as literally any other character you could name. Do you know how many other characters you could put that to where it actually works? But instead you chose the stink lady here. What are you question marking a billion times? What are you doing here with that question mark, huh? Do you not know how to form a proper sentence? She is, though. No, she's not. She's gross. She's yucky. She's stinky. She was overpowered. She got a Touhou game patched. Can you believe that shit? She got a fucking Touhou game patched. That's crazy. She two goobers in different ways. What about this character is goober to you exactly? When I think goober, I think Rumia coming over and like maybe biting your arm a little too hard. It's like, haha, that's funny. This character's idea of goober is sticking a syringe in you and draining your blood. That's not goober. She's way too big to do that. You know, it's funny when Rumia does it because she's like half my size. Why are you question marking, bro? Go unlock some fucking songs, why don't you, with all these question marks? Huh? Go get your unlocks figured out. Bro is posting, like, hidden content right now nobody can see. He hasn't played that far into the chat for it. When would she do this? Do you understand the syringes that are tied to her leg that she collects blood in? Like, you know that, right? Right? You know she does that? She's stinky. Personality-wise and hygiene-wise. This character, gross. Maybe she donates blood. Why are you making shit up? Huh? Why are you making shit up? I could be like, she kicks puppies, and you'd be like, yeah, but she only kicks puppies that are possessed by evil spirits. Like, bro, she's still kicking puppies. What? She's still kicking puppies. Her personality is incredibly inoffensive. What are you talking about? That's her whole personality. That's why she's down. The people. That's why they're down in the former hell, because they all have unagreeable personalities. They all are like this. That's why she hangs out down in the fucking stinky blood pools, because it's shitty down there. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. He's the only character from 19 who has a personality. Well, I can't really argue that. Actually, I can't argue that. But she's also just kind of a lot of her interactions are just the whole, you're a chupacabra. No, I'm not. I'm not chupacabra. No, I'm not that one. No. Is that your personality, brother? Is that your personality? Hey guys, chupacabra, not what I'm called. Yuma. Who fucking cares about Yuma? We're not talking about Yuma. What the hell does Yuma have to do with any of this? What does Yuma have to do with any of this? I'm talking about Chiari, and you're like, but Yuma, but Yuma, but Yuma, but Yuma. Who fucking cares about Yuma? We're not talking about Yuma! How could he say that? Because for some reason, anything I say about Chiari is immediately met with, yeah, but Yuma, as if that is an explanation to anything. What does that even mean? Huh? What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, but Yuma. Huh? What does Yuma have to do with any of this? Huh? You guys are bad at this. You know that? You guys are bad at this. This is why your hot takes are so much more desired than mine, because mine could never be as good as yours. Never. They're friends. That literally doesn't matter to anything, though. That doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't matter if they're friends. Why does them being friends matter at all to anything I said? I said Chiari is not attractive in the slightest. Yeah, but she has a friend. Yeah, bitch, so do you. Huh? Huh? How do you like that? I bet that one hurt, didn't it? Bald motherfucker. Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you can't have friends. God damn. We got real hot takes, surely. Oh my goodness. You better. Streamer, that hurt my feelings. Good, because you're hurting mine. All you do is hurt my feelings. You call me bald every second day. Even when you saw me in the camera when I was not bald, you just said this guy wears wigs. He wear wig, you wear wig, Elijah. No, I have hair. It's there on my head. I have proper head of hair. But I have friends, don't I? Don't I still have friends? Huh? Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine somebody putting a webcam on and like actually just having like a fucking like TikTok filter try to put hair over their head, and they just hold so still and they move a little bit and the whole thing just fucking oh, that would be next level insecurity. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Anyway, I've said my piece, and my piece is clown. But it's true. I think Chiari is just genuinely the most unattractive character in the entire series, and she has the pull. She has the pull of a back alley addict who will be like, I'll suck your dick for 2 gram. Give me 2 gram. Give me 2 gram. I'll suck your dick 2 gram. That's Chiari's. That's Chiari's level of attractiveness. You look at that and you go, man, I haven't felt the touch of a woman in 20 years. And that's what gets you. And man, if that isn't accurate, right there. All right. Eat a ghost pepper. I don't have that. I have the sauce. I don't have a wing, though. I have milk, though. I should drink some more milk. All right. Just a reminder, chat, that for the most part, you know, we're just having fun here. I just want to remind everybody, 4 hours into the VOD, that we're just trying to have fun. So, you know, sometimes play it up. Sometimes just... But it's just for fun. It's just for fun. I'm not actually mad at anybody. I just yell sometimes. Alright, that's all. We're just having fun. That's all it is. No one has to take it seriously. Just have some fun. Alright, I know I did say them before. Now, Mamizo is actually kind of an interesting one because obviously my opinion of Mamizo is what it is, but that's not even what I gotta say here. Chat. My opinion of Mamizo. Mamizo is literally the canon version of whenever anybody in the fandom says that EOSD is inserted in everything. Mamizo is literally that in canon, but for some reason that's okay. That's okay, but Remy and anyone from that game is not allowed to be in anything because that's just, you know, they're getting forced into it. No. But that's Mamizo. Aya used to do that. Yes, actually. That used to be Aya. Aya and Sakuya both got that treatment to a point where their reputations, Sanai as well, their reputations took a bit of a hit. Well, not Sakuya, mind you, actually. Aya and Sanai made a bunch of appearances that got bad reputations towards them for a bit. Mamizo does that now, but nobody cares. Nobody seems to care. They don't consider it the same thing. I guess it's because Mamizo's not a playable character. But yes, Zun just includes Mamizo in about as much as he possibly can. Just because he can. But that's okay. But if you make a game and you put Sakuya in it, fucking EOSD again, man. There it is again. You had your 20 years, buddy. You can go sit on the bench now. Mamizo is okay because nobody likes 13. Possibly. Possibly correct. But it is interesting that Mamizo does... Mamizo's basically the third in the series of characters who got way more than they probably should have in a row. But she didn't receive any of the flack that Aya and Sanai did. Sanai kind of stuck with her character permanently. Aya not as much. But Mamizo, no one seems to fucking care. But the way I view Mamizo is that I view her that she is the canon. She is a canon representation of the exact thing that people love to cry about whenever a fan game shows up. There's nothing more annoying than when a new fan game gets announced and it looks really cool, and the only thing that some people will talk about is the fact that the character choices don't pick anybody past 16. Or they pick a couple characters past 16, but then these people don't even play the games anyway. They just like to make tweets about it. Oh my. Oh Twitter. Oh Twitter. No. No. Wrong way. I hate that shit, man. I hate that shit. Why are the most active complainers of this shit people who don't even play games? I don't even get it. It doesn't even affect them. They don't even play the game. They just want the game to be... They want the game to cater to their opinions, but then they don't even play the fucking game anyway. So what do they care? Oh, this game coming out. Look, you can play as Sakuya, you can play as Remy, and you can play as Youmu. Cool. No, why don't they use new characters? I don't get why they don't pick characters from Touhou 18. You should be able to play as... You should be able to play as Shimada. You should be able to play as Michael. You should be able to play as new characters. Like, but they don't play the game anyway. But, like, first of all, these are characters that not a lot of people enjoy, which means people making the game probably don't enjoy them that much. They don't use them. You know how many games I've played with Takane as a shopkeeper? 2. 3, actually. 3. I've played 3 Touhou fan games where Takane is a shopkeeper. 3 of them. 3 of them. Lost Branch of Legend, Genso Wanderer Foresight, and that Touhou Dystopian game demo that I played. 3 individual games with Takane as a shopkeeper. 3. That's a good fucking number. That's a good number for a character. That is, honest to God, a really good amount of representation for a newer character. And she does her role perfectly fine. She's a shopkeeper. That's all she needs to do. But who cares? Because you're playing as Youmu in that game. Oh my God, you're playing as Reimu and or Marisa? Get me out of here, man. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't want to play this shit. I don't want to play this shit game. Who wants to play as Reimu in a Touhou game? That's nonsense. Nonsense. So would you play the game if you could play as someone else? Oh, I wasn't going to play the game anyway. Ooh. 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 Oh my. Oh my. Getting angry at non-existent people again, streamer? That's right. That's me. That's me. I think what really seals it, though, is that they don't need to, most of the time, it's not even that they give a shit about who's getting included. They only care that it's not somebody who's from 2005 below. That's kind of the issue I take with it. They don't care. They don't have a character that they want. They just don't want it to be a character from the most recognizable era of Touhou. And I don't get why that is. You know? I just don't get why that is. You just have a vendetta against anything that is over the age of 18? I guess you would if you're a Touhou fan. Oh! Oh! That was a little wild. I don't know about that one, streamer. That kind of hits you. You're a Touhou fan too, streamer. You can't be saying shit like that. All right, whatever. Maribel and Benben. Chat, did I do Benben? I know I did Maribel. I know I did Maribel. No, I didn't do Benben. Okay, Benben's existence is fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with her existence. Well, I mean, Trot? I don't know. What would any take be? Her instrument being cuffed to her wrist is actually pretty cool. I'll give her that. You know what, actually? Urumi fishing person shooting roguelike. Chat, hear me out. Would this be a cool idea? So imagine Mystia's Izakaya, right? But not like the gameplay of Mystia's Izakaya, but instead it's puppet dance gameplay. So you don't play as Mystia per se, but in order to improve Mystia's reputation, because in Mystia's Izakaya, she's kind of getting guided along by Yukari in the shadows. But imagine the scenario where you help her increase her notoriety of her izakaya in the puppet world by just becoming a sideshow attraction. Like, you come to Misty's izakaya, you get some food, and you have battles, and you become an extremely prolific puppeteer to a point where the big shots against Soki are like, this guy kind of legit. And then, you know, you simply battle, You battle Puppet to improve the reputation of the store, and then you become best friends with Mistia, happily ever after. Wait. No, there's no waiting. That's a good idea, right? That's a good idea. Bro ain't even talking about the same game anymore. He's still talking about his fucking game. He's still talking about his game idea. Bro, shut up. I was talking. Your moment in the sun is over. It's my moment in the sun right now, okay? He's like a gym leader. I think there are actually some ROM hacks like that, right? Where you basically just play as a gym leader and you defend your gym. But no, I like the idea. So you start in Yokai Trail, you know, you get some regular puppets and you battle some of the local wildlife, right? And then, you know, some other characters show up, you beat them and like, huh, this guy's kind of good. And then you kind of expand the business. People invite the izakaya to different locations and other people travel around to kind of see what you're made of, and you gain a reputation, you know, of being a really good battler, and that's kind of how you navigate around Gensokyo. So you're not really a gym leader, but you're kind of a gym leader, but you're also progressing to different areas like you would in a Pokemon game, and you kind of fight the people who are known in that area, and you kind of expand your reach all through different places against Gensokyo, with some of them just kind of coming, like, and you kind of have like rival situations, right? You basically do like a 3-man gauntlet, and you can have like people important. You know how like Pokemon post games have like those things you do where you can kind of fight important trainers in post game, but you can have something like that where you just kind of do like a little mini tournament at the izakaya, and you have existing characters that you fought before, like a world tournament structure, like Pokemon World Tournament structure from Black and White 2, but it takes place at the izakaya, and you know, you win, you get paid. You get paid, you get to eat food, you get to hang out with Mistia, and then at the end of the day, you have 3 beautiful children. Yes. Is that not ideal? Is that not ideal? You become master. Pause? No pause. No pause. With who? What do you mean with who? Who else? Who else? The what? What do you mean the what? There's no the what here. Isn't that a great idea for a game? It's got romantic dating sim aspects to it. You know? You got that's what everybody would need. Wait, whose kid is it? Well, the protagonist's. Think about how Persona went from just dungeon crawling to romantic side hustles, then dungeon crawling. So this is Pokemon battling, eating food, and romantic side hustles. That's perfect. That is literally perfect. That's a perfect market. Romantic visual novels with Pokemon. That is, we're breaking into the fucking demographic with that one, boys. That's everything we could possibly want in our ripe old age of 25 plus. Am I right? Right? I think I got a fucking idea here. I got an idea here, boys. Now, somebody get to work. Chop chop, make that, please. I want it on my desk by Friday. Urumi, though? Why are we playing as Urumi? Who the fuck cares about Urumi? I'm playing as John. You're playing as protagonist. Who is protagonist? He's John. You play as John Touhou. He shows up, and he just finds one puppet, and the puppet is like, this guy, pretty cool. And then you become a puppet master. You know? He's always the ideas guy. I'm a good ideas guy, though. My ideas are good. Who cares about John? What about Sakuya? I find it probably quite difficult for Sakuya to have 3 beautiful children with anyone in the series who'll be relevant to this discussion, you know? I do think that maybe that's difficult unless you activate some mermaid magic. Magic streamer. Well, the only magic here is that John is the main character. Oh. What do you mean, oh? What do you mean, oh? Are you telling me that you would want anything less than 3 beautiful children with your favorite Touhou character? Come on, man. You gotta think big. You gotta think fantastical. You're not thinking. You're just not thinking. And that's your downside. That's your downside. How many Touhous are in this game? Well, I would hope we'd have like almost every character, right? But I mean, I'm not the one programming. I can do the writing for some of them, surely. Surely I can write romance with my years of experience in that department, right? What was the Ben hot take again? The Ben hot take is that you would not have 3 beautiful children with her, and that's kind of fucked up. That is unbelievably fucked up that you would even consider that. Bro said 2. 3 is too much. Huh? How is that a hot take? Well, it is hot. What's more, there's nothing hotter than your beautiful wife with your beautiful children. Huh? What do you mean, how is that a hot take? It doesn't get any hotter than that. That is pre-programmed DNA in the work right there. Wrong, though. Actually, I could do it. What could you do? What could you possibly do? Huh? What could you do? Huh? The only thing you seem to know how to do is talk about Urumi. So I don't know what you think you can do. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. I'll tell you another day, okay? Chad, at some point, I will design John. At some fucking point, I will design John. I think for the most part, I'm using the majority of my remaining time employed to do some stuff, but once I'm out, I really do want to get a good art schedule for it. I want to design John. It's the whole reason I'm even doing like male stuff in general, is so I can design John. Okay, then do it. I will! Eventually. Why don't you do it, huh, jackass? Huh? Why don't you do it? Well, what's stopping you from creating the ultimate John? If you say talent, I'm gonna fucking spit on you. Pop! There you go. John Touhou is great. You know why John Touhou is great? Because it creates the most agreeable man in the entirety of Touhou's universe, and it can pair with any single character. And if there's anything I've learned about the state of the internet, is that some people really don't like when men are paired with women in series that are primarily one gender over the other. So what that means is that I could probably get somebody really upset if I make enough art specifically of John with other characters. Is that a reason to do it? No, that's not a reason to do it. That's not a reason why I'm doing it. The reason I'm doing it is because I want to see more art that is like that, specifically so I can indulge in my self-fantasies. But you're not John streamer. No, I'm not. That's why I need to bring John to life. I need to bring him to life and create scenarios for him to participate in that I wish to participate in myself. Is that so wrong? Bro, who cares? I am going to make you care. How would you say that, though? Why would you say, bro, who cares? There's an artist that draws the cutest art of a guy with familia. I know what you're talking about, and that cute art is definitely not as cute as you are saying it is. Alright? Alright? I know your fucking game with that one. Alright? I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid, but you are right. It is very good. It's very wholesome, but it is marked 18 plus. But you are right. It is actually very wholesome. There's nothing better than a wholesome relationship between two, what's the word? Consenting adults. I chuckled. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's not funny. It's not funny. You think anything on this stream is funny? What are you laughing at, huh? I've never told a joke in my fucking life. I've never made a single hee-ha-ha ever on this stream. This is all serious. This is serious as a heart attack. This is serious as big business. This is like a boardroom meeting. No jokes. None of it. Streamer, it's been 15 minutes. Can you talk about Ben now? I don't want to talk about Ben. Who even likes Ben? Do you like Ben? Tell me. Tell me. Do you like Ben? Do you? Do you like Ben? If you tell me yes, and then you show me your sorter, and she's like 50th from the bottom, then shut up. All right. I have a gun. I have a gun that shoots bullet. I think the Tsukumos are neat. Yeah, they're neat, but every character's neat. There's like 5 characters in this series that I actively dislike. Every other character that I don't actively like is just neat. So, like, it doesn't really matter. Saying a character is neat is about equal as saying that you don't, like, you just don't care about them. Because there are characters you like, and there are very few characters in Touhou that are unlikable. I'm a happy guy, bro. Are ya? You're happy? You hold little hate? Well, good to know that I occupy 95% of the little hate that you hold in that little body of yours, bro. Oh, gee, the sun's shining, the wind's blowing, the grass is so green. Man, I'm gonna go to this guy's stream now and just spread toxic, vile negativity everywhere because I hate him. And then when he's done streaming, I'm gonna be on my way. I'm gonna go look at the stars and be like, wow, you know what? Life is worth living. Is that you? Did I just, that's not me? Oh no, look who's angry. Look, little Mr. Little Hate there is now very angry. Man. Well, I guess when you think about it, when your maximum capacity is 1 million, you know, 10,000 is still a little, right? So I guess that makes sense. But if your maximum hate capacity was 5, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, I really should probably say something about Benben at this point, but I don't have anything to say. Oh god, I breathed wrong! Ah! Ew! Oh, gross. Oh. Ha! Ew. I breathed wrong, dude. Cut the wire. No, I got none on Benben. Who cares about Benben, dude? Who cares about Benben? Goodbye, Benben. Oh. Yuck. Well, I found my breathe. My wrong breathe, anyway. Chat. Did I do these two? Did I do these two? Am I done? No? I didn't do either of these two? Did I really not do either of these two? Really? Huh. Okay. Well, great. I don't have a hot take on Megumu. I just think she's kind of boring. I don't know. I think Megumu made me realize that I don't actually give a shit about Tengus as a society. I just like the individual characters. That's kind of what Megumu did for me. I was like, I like Aya. I like Momiji. Hatate's fine. And then I saw Megumu and I was like, oh, I don't like Tengu. I just like these individual characters. That's what Megumu did. Megumu was my understanding of what it is I was actually interested in. Because, well, she's pretty unlikable. Narumi. I think Narumi is actually very cute. I think she's great. She also probably weighs a lot of pound. A lot. That said, I don't really get the whole heavy bit, you know? Now, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't even know where that one came from. And honestly, it felt like for a while the only way this character would get any form of fan art at all is if it was just talking about the size of her butt. So, yeah. But like that's the least important part of the character, you know? This was probably back in the times where we were just calling everything thick because trends, but I think it's kind of a shame. I think Narumi is a very cute character. So the only time you get any art at all is if it's just pointed straight up from behind her. It's like, okay. Alright. Alright. Well, at least it's better than when they're overweight. Am I right, boys? Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. We did it! Please clap. Chat, does anybody have any idea which characters are even left at this point? I know I had Enoko last time and I didn't have anything to say about her. I don't think I had Satono, but who cares about her, right? There's still more to go. It's been 4.5 hours. I don't know how that keeps happening. I really don't. I have no idea how that keeps happening. Maybe it's because I talk too damn much. But, well, isn't that the whole point of these streams? Is I just get to talk about Touhou? I never really thought too hard about it, but whenever I do these streams, I talk a lot. And, well, then I think about how there are other streamers who actually just... They put an anime girl on the screen that reacts to their movements in their chair, and they talk for 3 hours, and that's the content. They don't do anything, they just talk. So, yeah. 65 through. I'm pretty sure I got through a lot of characters, yeah. But I don't remember which ones I've done, so we'll have to kind of keep tabs on that. I think I can finish it next time. And when I finish it next time, chat, we're gonna start up my hot take idea. So that'll be fun. I got a good idea with that one. That'll be great. That'll be great. But it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Remember, my opinions on characters should not make or break your opinions on characters. Just because I don't like a character doesn't mean that you don't have to like a character. Because you like a character doesn't mean I gotta like a character. That's all. It's mostly for fun, just to scream into the mic for a little bit. You don't have to watch the 8-hour VOD. You can just pay attention to the battle number. If you do that, you can kind of find each one that shows up, right? Let's look at the battle number. That's all. No one is the leading authority on a character, no matter how hard they want to believe they are. You can be heavily opinionated and passionate about it. But unless you're the guy who made the character, you are not the leading authority on that character. Plain and simple. The only guy who can say what Youmu is or is not is Zun. That's it. But I like Youmu as a dork. But I think Youmu can be cool. I like Youmu when she's cool. I like her when she's a dork. I like Reimu in all forms of Reimu. I like her when she's the Crimson Slasher. I like her when she's a greedy little weevil. That's great. I like that character. Tell it to your Yuma take then. The fuck was my Yuma take? Oh yeah, it was that Zun should not be allowed to redesign characters after he's already made them. That has nothing to do with what I just said. Because that's not related to her personality. Yuma's personality didn't change. He just actively changed a very iconic aspect of her physical design for no reason. That was a stupid idea by him. Alright? That was stupid by him. But her personality didn't really change. That's all. That's all. Alright, chat. There you go. 4.5 hours of pure schlop content. Your favorite kind of content. Am I right, boys? So we'll finish this next week for sure. I promise. And then we will start looking into the best content. Your hot takes. Oh, those will be good. Ooh, those will be good. But like I said, I got a cool idea we'll do for that. But for now, here's 4 more hours of bullshit. Watch at your own discretion. Glurp.